BNDES, the National Bank of the Confederation, CNI, and the CAF welcome you to this conference, Powershoring of Neoindustrialization of Brazil, Perspectives, Potential, Public Policies, and Private Policies. The event has the objective of discussing power-shoring, neo-industrialization, green cooperation, international public policies, and division of the private sector in relationship to the bottlenecks. Power-shoring is a concept of geolocalization of industries that would combine elements of resiliency with an efficiency agenda. Power-shoring is relevant for energy-intensive manufacturing plants that are pressured on compliance with, This way, power sharing could be the spearhead of neo-industrialization that will have synergy axes, such as attraction of industrial manufacturing plants related to power sharing, attraction of new investments in renewable energies and green hydrogen, the creation of a global hub for goods, services, and maintenance of green hydrogen and renewable energies, attraction of investments on biofuels and new technologies, neo-industrialization, clean energy, and green investments, comparative advantages, environmental compliance, foreign capital exports, technology in innovation have an impactful role. At the same time, they are respecting the environment and the development agenda. With this, the entities of this conference are trying to broadcast the concepts of power sharing and have a discussion on the priorities, stipulating that the government and the private sector would work together for building up an executive agenda that would make feasible in Brazil the benefits of this process, with the potential of becoming a transformation force in the economy. To open this encounter, we invite the President of the Republic, Gerald Almin, the Deputy, and the President of the National Confederation of Industry, Robertson Dar Andrade, the President of the Nordeste Bank, Paulo Camara, President of Banco of CAF, Jorge Arbash, and the Director of Structuring and Planning of Projects from the Development and Wellbeing Bank. And at this moment, we'll give the floor to the President of the Confederation, the National Confederation of Industries, Robinson Andrade. Good morning, everyone, and everyone else. Thank you so much for your presence here in this encounter. I would like to greet excellent Mr. President of the Republic from Brazil in exercise, Geraldo Alckmin from the MDIC. My friend, I say hello to you. Planning and Structuring from the BNDES, the Vice President of the Private Sector from the CAF, Jorge Arbach, President from the Nordeste Bank, Pablo Camara, and to greet the Secretary of Decarbonization, Bioindustries, and Green Economy, Roberto de la Verde, and the Minister of Commerce and Services, Tatiana, the Secretary of Innovation of MDIC, Wallace Moreira Lima, Director of Project Development and Foreign Trade of BNDES, Liz Borden, and the President of the Federation of Santa Catarina Industries, Mario Cesar, who's here with us today. I greet you all, bid you welcome, everyone present here today. Welcome to this conference. Today's event on Powershoring and neo-industrialization, green neo-industrialization, is a contribution that the CNI is providing for building up a strategic agenda for the country who is prioritizing decarbonization of the economy and offering the geographical advantages, entrepreneurs and government and other elements in the society join together through this energy structure plan to revitalize Brazilian industry and promote sustainable social development. Low cost of labor has lost interest for positioning corporations globally. One of the main elements of this summit is fighting climate change in this new scenario. Companies have addressed their investments in countries and regions that have clean energy at competitive prices with this strategy that we call power sharing. Industries are looking to increase demand on sustainable products and to adapt to international rules for protection of the environment. Brazil has a great power for producing clean energy, can be benefited from power sharing, and renewable sources have a participation of 47.7% of our power grid. That's a big percentage. On average, there are worldwide, we are one of the largest producers of food and the second largest producer of biofuels in the planet. We have forests and wild lands and 2% of worldwide water reserves. These comparative advantages could be important factors for energy and power sharing strategy. We need energy that amplify these efficiencies, and we need to promote the chain of green hydrogen and decarbonization and other renewable sources. These investments of bioeconomy and institutionality of the regulation of the carbon market. These and other measures to promote clean energy must be part of a solid project of revitalization of the industrial sector from Brazil. Industrial sector has always been and always be a key pillar to guarantee sustainable growth and economy. It has a great multiplier effect of resources if you work from within your sector, giving 44.5 reales, and also industry is one of the main industries responding to 65% of private investments for the development and research in the country. The sector also provides employment of high quality, providing above average wages. Industrial workers are about 8,000 reales on average, above average of other sectors. The most developed nations have already realized the great capacity of industry to move the economy and have created ambitious programs to strengthen this sector. These plans are seeking for a response of challenges bringing on by current geopolitical tensions and reorganizations of the value chain. And it also takes care of trends of digitalization and decarbonization of the economy, synchronized with nowadays demands. We launched this plan to retake the industry, building it on solid basis, providing some actions that help resolving problems with the complexity of fiscalization, deficiency in infrastructure, and our eternal lack of judiciary safety. There are some proposals for emissions in the areas of decarbonization, digital transformation, health, national defense that are going to help to face the current challenges, the economic and social challenges. Along this direction, in which more advanced economies are moving ahead, the European Union launched recently the Ecological Pact Industrial Plan, including $600 billion with projects helping the industry to reduce greenhouse effect gases emissions. The Biden plan in 2022 from the United States is expecting an investment of $369 billion to fight climate change and incentivizing renewable energies. The United Kingdom, the decarbonization program for industrialization presented in 2021 has almost $8 million. In Germany, development of green hydrogen launched in 2020 has resources of $9.5 million. Brazil, who owns an admirable natural heritage, needs to follow the examples of these nations and have a consistent project for sustainable development. Now, when the world is accelerating the transition to decarbonize economy by energy, Brazil must take advantage of its natural resources and its clean energy resources so that they can grow in a sustainable manner. This is why the public sector and private initiative must join efforts and create necessary conditions so that the country can attract investments, especially to add to the value chains and improve conditions of life for its population. Neo-industrialization of green energies can change for the better Brazil's future. I would like to thank the Vice President and Minister Geraldo Alckmin for the admirable work done to bring jointly with the Development Bank BNDES and the Ministry of the Treasury to retake the neo-industrialization industry. There are many years in which we haven't talked on policies only of Brazil, but now industrial policy of Brazil makes part of Brazilian agenda, and that's what's being discussed everywhere. And we owe that to the government of our vice president because he has placed on top of the agenda new industrialization as a priority for development and to generate employment and to improve the network and the quality of life of our own workers. Thank you so much. Now we move on to the Director of Planning and Project Structuring of the Development Bank, Nelson Barbosa. Good morning. My greetings to Vice President Alckmin, also to Robinson Andrade and all the entrepreneurs who are here today, my colleague Pablo Camara from the Economic Bank, and representatives of government who are also here present today. Special greetings, and I congratulate CAF for their work for this power sharing becoming so important worldwide and especially in Brazil. Mercandante, the energy agenda is priority for the BNDES agenda. We are facing new challenges with the world population aging and changes and demands to the power grid and a new industrial revolution such as AI, which is going to change everyone's lives. Last week, we signed a pact with the common challenge because we cannot face this without participation of the government, and we must coordinate the participation. And I'm sure that the government is going ahead, pulling in the private sector. and the part of the energy, the challenge is more critical to Brazil because this development is not only GDP, it's also the increase of energy per capita. Brazil, to develop, will have to increase the volume of energy generated by Brazil, and the big challenge is to do that from clean resources. We need to grow. In order to grow without compromising the environment, we need to increase energy efficiency, produce more kilowatts of energy, and that makes part of the power sharing agenda, not only to generate energy, but also to have manufacturing plants, more efficient manufacturing plants, and reducing the greenhouse emission effects from carbon emissions. We know the potential that we have to generate more clean energy, and that provides great competitiveness in this new phase of global power policies that never ended. By national security, we know from other countries, and now this has a proper name. China is doing it, the United States is doing it, Europe is doing this too. With this, we can take advantage of the opportunity to place many clean energy activities in the geography of Brazil. It requires financial capital, human capital, and institutional capital. We have many different directors of big enterprises, and we know how difficult this is. This capital wants the government institutions to work jointly in a coordinated manner to facilitate private investment and improve efficiency of industry. And recently, President Lula launched 3 complementary initiatives which place the energy agenda as central part of this strategy. We have the neoindustrialization channel being led by Minister Ackman, and we have the transition plan and ecological transformation by nodal minister. These 3 plans have different points, but from all 3, they'll have an increase of energy efficiency, recovery of environment, and generation of renewable source energy. That's why working together, combining and joining the distribution in favor of the same objective. This isn't easy. So I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to thank Vice President Altman for supporting these BNDES proposals. We are finalizing new pact for using EV fleets. It's going to begin little by little, but urban transportation will be electrified, and that's going to demand more energy and more work to manufacture those buses. I also thank because they have taken a lot of the BNDES initiatives for the definition of investments, and also the leadership of Mr. Haddad for the green bonds, because it's going to create new ways of financing for power sharing and new industrialization and energy transformation. And this was created by President Lula, and this could be the new green fact that is going to finance green leaning projects like recycling, urban transportation, etc. And this is an agenda that the Ministry of the Treasury is leading, and it can become a source of finance for our policies. From BNDES, we are working very hard and are available to contribute with the private sector to the finance. There is no, Brazil doesn't have full employment. There is a gap that is demanding public and private sources. BNDES is going to lead some of these projects with the private enterprise. Some examples: BNDES participated in the launching of two sanitation projects of over 5 million reales proposals, and BNDES brought private resources and contributed over 1.5 million in each. More than words, these are examples, proof that BNDES is working, and we are overseeing entrepreneurial projects, not only sanitation, but also in energy, and we can participate via the capital market with our investment funds. Directors of BNDES will speak later in one of the panels of this event, and they can detail much better what the bank is doing. And I'd like to emphasize what we placed as new sources of financing for this mandate. The BNDES is continuing as one of the main financing, and the initiative by Vice President Alckmin, we're using the resource rate. PAD was also launched in the new PAD that is going to be sent for letters of credit for development, such as CTL, and the real estate. They're going to have letters of credit for mobilization and infrastructure. These are additional sources, and also the market rate. To capitalize the market rate at a lower tax rate, and BNDES will pass on that fiscal benefit to guide interest rates in 1%. If it falls below, even better. And the third source is the climate fund source. It has a portfolio of 2.3 million in transition, and Lula approved 640 million reales, and we are discussing with Minister Marino how to place it during this year, and the emissions of green bonds, and this fund will grow, and it can potentiate more and more projects. BNDES is back. BNDES is here to help to promote, and in keeping the tradition of Lula's government, to open up to dialogue through events such as this one, to be able to listen to the corporate sector, see what are the problems, and be able to build solutions jointly. Thank you, Nelson Barbosa. At this moment, we're going to be listening to a response. Thank you, President of CNI, who is here with us, President Paulo Camara, Director of BNDES, Nelson Barbosa, and other authorities that are present here today from different platforms. I'm talking from CAF President. Unfortunately, was unable to be here today. He is in a forum in Paraguay in which I participate, so I'm talking on his behalf, and this is centralized in the Green Agenda. Recently, and I am really happy to participate in that conference. This is a long trajectory of participation. CAF is very proud to have this very special agenda, which is the Powershoring agenda. Is the largest source for the coming decades. It's going to be low carbon. We need to reinvent on base that everything we produce and how we consume. This is an agenda with a lot of dollars for investment, and this particular transformation is not really an option now, and we're running behind, and we're now running to try to avoid an environmental catastrophe. We need to find the resources for this transition for goods and services, and it will require different production of what we have today. We need a lot of green energy, a lot of water, a lot of minerals from low carbon economy. Latin American and the Caribbean, the region of Latin America and the Caribbean is especially positioned to participate of this mission and vision. I am not exaggerating when I affirm that Brazil is one of the countries in this region that becomes most important for this. We have a lot of reasons. We have a green power grid and a lot of the reservoirs of drinkable water from the planet and mineral reserves. Brazil also has the largest tropical forest and one of the most diverse and rich biodiversity, and for biofuels, and we can be a world hub for carbon credit bonds. All of these are fundamental elements for the future, and is making Brazil to make more ambitious and also to participate of these decarbonization efforts. All of this, Brazil is in a privileged spot to participate in the world economy from these new global trends with resiliency and sustainability of its main conducting line. That is power sharing to potentiate the country and the region in favor of decarbonization. Power sharing, as you know, is a strategy of location and contributing with clean energy, taking care of the needs of the corporations in the country. Power sharing is especially important, and we're looking to export energy in neo-industrialized complexes, and this is not a promise. This is already the present. A lot of companies have already made the decision of opening new plants in Latin America in which these production conditions is very important in terms of cost and energy availability. The attraction of the region, it's also for geographical location. We will see moments when our greatest challenge is to accelerate this process in an order way so that we can deliver those who are involved in this. Those who are protected competitiveness, the country leading high consumption energy, and also producing a transition of energy in a cheaper way. Industrial plants that are continuing with these exports, and also the value-added chain and local economy in the creation of employment and protecting the environment, which benefits from this rapid energy transition and the increase of carbon credit.
Powershoring is a great ally. It's just as equal and also generates formal work for Brazil and to contribute to many of the challenges that the countries face, like poverty, low productivity, and to contribute and promote that chain. Power shoring creates very good job opportunities and business opportunities in the cities where most of the population is concentrated, and also the big social problem. So power sharing potentializes the competitivity of other countries both here and abroad. In spite of the conditions in Brazil are a guarantee to embrace the sustainability, the green economy, and coherent policies. This is what we want to talk about in this conference today to the multilateral development banks like CAF and other commissions of credit. We want to act in alignment with the public policies and reduce the risks for businesses and also attract private resources that at the end of the day, they're the big actors. This must be and can and must be ambitious and should be seen as part of that function of the production change, the green production change, and see them as great allies. Finally, I would like to thank all the team of NBNC, BNDES to be able to make this conference. Thank you very much. And now we will hear Paulo Camba, the president of the Northeast Bank. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today to speak about a such strategic topic like this. I would like to send my greetings to the president, to the Services Commission, Rogelio Andrade from CNI, also Jorge Abad from the private sector of the Development Bank from Latin America, CAP, and Nelson Barbosa, the director of BNDES. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference has a central theme, the Powershoring strategy of a new movement for global production and to contribute with decarbonization. This topic added to the geopolitical situation globally, China, Asia in general, and the war in Ukraine create a scenario of opportunities for the countries that produce green energy, especially in the energy sector globally. Energy is a localization issue. Many chains in the region can define a new map. We are talking about a new phase for industrial production that will prioritize, in fact, this climate change issue. So we know we have a lot of difficulties in this area. We were evaluating $11 trillion for this strategy, which they are, in fact, on the international agenda. Many experts are seeing that this strategy has three axes: the resilience, the environmental compliance, and the transition with energetic security in global chains. Afterwards, if that transition is a restrictive factor, we will have opportunities for relocalization of the industries, and this movement can benefit Brazil and all Latin America to bring foreign investment. We see the case of Northeast, it's a region of green energies in Brazil for solar and wind energy. Therefore, it is a region that it's in fact prepared to be leaders of green energy production regionally and globally. We recognize the innovation as an fundamental element to promote the low carbon energy production. In that sense, last month we celebrated 71 years of existence of the bank, and we did a forum of the challenges that for green energy production that Northeast has, and how this relates to economical growth, renewable energy, education, entrepreneurship, and the technological renovation. This is a strategic answer to the global challenges and to the specific needs of the regions while promoting green, sustainable energy and the preservation of natural resources. We're paving the way for an equilibrium in the production, and we want to have this role as a bank in that context. The bank has given 32 billions in renewable energies and photovoltaic energy. The first semester of 2023, because of the prioritization, it maintained, and there were 29 millions by Northeast Bank that were invested in infrastructure, developing mainly energy production and basic sanitation. And this represents more than 20% of the resources. Banco Norteste also has a strategy for gathering the resources from different banks and the emission of green bonds in the international financial market. Also having the support of the federal government led by President Lula. The world for decarbonization, we will not be able to work towards sustainability unless we have a new industry model with this logic. Brazil and Banco Nordeste can play a key role in decentralization and global governance with the central part that will be important for the utilization, and we hope that this conference will be a dialogue space and promote not only the discussion about green development, but also will move towards the production of clean energy, and this will be something for the whole planet. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paulo Camara. We will hear the President Geraldo Alves. Good morning, everyone. I would like to speak to the President of CNI, Paulo Camara, the President of Banco do Nordeste, Jorge Basti, Vice President of CAF, the Latin America Development Bank, Mr. Barbosa, planning for BNDES. Friends, it is a joy for me to participate in this CNI meeting, always with good and important initiatives. President Lula is in Paraguay, so with great joy, I bring some words to you. During the whole period of last year, with the elections campaign, we permanently were speaking. President Lula was talking about inclusive development with sustainability, amounts for minimum wage, the population that has less income, basic sanitation, the return of Casa Mi Vida, Tierra Una, general, a whole group of initiatives of great value, including programs for children between 5 and 7 years old, a group where there is high poverty, extreme poverty rates, development with disability and provision. Therefore, to the National Congress of the new fiscal year and next year's the years to come, also try to bring down the GDP debt inflation and tributary reform. The main issues of the economy is the complexity of the tax system, the role of Brazil with this taxes management. It's important to simplify this legal and taxes and stimulate the export of total the export of different activities, promote investments, the have the if we add up all the emissions from planes, buses, industries, and if we bring everything together, the other half of it, of the greenhouse effect, has a huge impact. The main task is to, in 7 months, we brought down 50% of deforestation, and Brazil is one of the main forest resources on the planet, being the Amazon the most important. So the first task is a permanent task. And also the title of lands and combat deforestation. The other one is decarbonization. We were successful. We also were working on biofuels, biodiesel specifically. We exchanged 3% of diesel for vegetable oils like soy or even animal fats. This was a success. We will reach B15. Last year it was reduced to B10, reducing the presence of biodiesel. This year went back to B12, next year 13, then 14, and we will reach 15. We started in Rio Grande do Sul and Rio Paso. DH, one of the biggest companies in Brazil, in Lapa and Paraná, another great factory of biodiesel group. So we will reach B15, and the fuels of the future are under research until we reach B20. We stopped importing biodiesel. We export crude oil. We stopped importing, so we will start producing locally in Brazil the oils, starting with the great soy oil production. We're the main soy oil exporters in the world. Bring in lower soy oil. Also, the price of other prices comes down B12, 13, 14. It's studied towards reaching B20. Ethanol, car of flex. Ethanol is a reality in Brazil. Our fuel is the only one that has 27% ethanol. There is a study that we were able to reach 30% pure ethanol. we need to know how do we produce certain types of batteries. Battery production is working. There is a lot of consideration for the energy efficiency and decarbonization and reduction of pollution. Many different technological paths that we're exploring and the national industry development that we are discussing. So great possibilities for the future. The whole world will change the cursing for more sustainable options. We need to, in Brazil, in the United States, we must highlight the work for BNDES for the innovation, digitalization, 20 millions a year to stimulate and move forward even more in that sector. Here we're talking about the local carbon market, which is regulated, and also the government. We're discussing the final project. I think we will give a great step forward with the regulated market for carbon in the Amazon. We have a Center for Biotechnology in the Amazon region, and we had a first contract for the management of with APT in the embassy to create Amazon biodiversity, generate work and products and cosmetics, food. We are have this new management model for the center of bio business in the Amazon to take another important step forward. The question has always been, where is it that I can produce properly and at low cost? Now it becomes, where I'm able to do that and I am able to compensate with the carbon emissions. Therefore, Brazil is a great alternative. We will have a great opportunity. We are the fifth country already in the world to attract investment. This can grow even more. The neo-industrialization is exactly innovation and green. So we will focus and we highlight the LCD for the development, which can develop a lot, and it has the implementation of the rapid depreciation. The government, we work. Imagine the high depreciation of a company that keeps paying millions in the first year. The government loses the income. So we will renovate machines, equipment, bring down the energy laws to keep maintenance, renovate the industrial park in Brazil. So we're working to try to have next year bring down this rapid value decrease. We are having many opportunities and we should always be on top of our costs. We're a country that still has a lot of poverty from incomes that are not that high. So we need to look into the cost and create those compensations. I will give a practical example. The engine has to be Euro 5, not Euro 6, because it has to be Euro 6, not Euro 5, because Euro 6 has less emissions. In the case of big trucks, this year we stopped producing Euro 5, only Euro 6. It's only that this truck will be 20 or 30% more expensive. So this is a situation that is not from 800, it became 1 million reals. Every time we change the technology, we have a problem in cost. It's more expensive. So the government entered, and just like Nelson said, with the renovation, we will give a credit of 33 to 100,000 reais to change these equipments in trucks and buses. And what is our commitment to take out one bus or truck which is over 20 years that is creating a lot of pollution and replacing it for a new one? I buy a truck for 30,000, and if I have 90,000 in credit, we have 60,000 to buy a new one. Of course, whoever has a 20-year old truck won't buy a brand new one, but it's a progress if I go and buy at least a truck that is 10 years old. With Mercedes-Benz, they buy the old trucks, they go to recycling, and they put in the new trucks, the new urban and intra-urban buses with more security and less pollution. It's a great decarbonization work. It's easy to understand, and that we could be a great candidate. So all the members of the government be aware that this is part of the debate, of the conversation that must be present. Fernando Cortemelo, ex-president of the country, was a candidate the first month for the Tierra Principle. Many candidates Ayune spoke to Color Marcelaki, the south areas of Sao Paulo. The, he with different elements. When I breathe in, 80%, 79% it's nitrogen. When I breathe, I give out the same. What varies is oxygen, 20 oxygen. When I give back, it's only 15. 5 became carbon gas. We recreate 20 times per minute during all night, during the day, while sleeping. We are always consuming oxygen and giving back CO2. All the animals as well. But nature is perfect. The presence of light, it takes carbon from the air and gives back oxygen. Then the world is in equilibrium with the forestry and with the animal kingdom. The human hand destroys the forest and and also takes the oil and spills fossil fuels, destroying different parts. There we see all the issues that we see globally in different places like New York or all this chaos that we see all around in the climate aspect. We have different issues like coronavirus, SARS, COVID, issues in the Middle East, 2015, Ebola in Africa, 2019, COVID, the pandemic. So climate change has an effect for the whole environment. So there are many opportunities like we are speaking here. Maybe Brazil will become the difference. We need to make the difference in clean energy. More than 30% minerals. We should change to battery energy. Where's the lithium? Barranquilla is the first export for lithium and zero carbon in the airport of Victoria Airport 15 days ago. We took the second step. We produced a lithium carbonate. We're only missing the battery, which is the hardest part, but we have many possibilities. So here I would like to speak with initiative, and I want to thank that we have many paths, many routes to combat climate change, and in Brazil, and be the main protagonists of this moment. Thank you very much. We also ask you to stay on your place, so we will allow the president to go out.
In this moment, we'll open the first panel with the topic power sharing and the new green industrialization. How can power sharing and green new industrialization promote a sustainable and economic growth in Brazil? We'll ask Wallace Moreira Lima, the Secretary of Industrial Development, Innovation and Trade, Director of Productive Development, Innovation and Foreign Trade of the BNDES, Luis Gordon. Now, Mr. Jorge Arbache, Vice President of the Private Sector of CAF, Mr. Luis Esteves, Chief Economist of BNB, Rodrigo Rollenberg, Secretary of Green Economy for Decarbonization and Bioindustry from MDIC, and Rafael Lucchesi, Director of Education and Technology of the Superintendent Director of STESI and General Director of SENAI. At the moment, I will open the floor for Moderator Wallace. Okay, now we'll pass the floor to Moderator Wallace so that he can begin this panel. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank Jorge for the invitation and their alliance with us since I arrived to MDIC. He has always been there, very present and engaged with the industrial policies agenda linked to the project being led by Minister Altming. I am grateful for their contributions to this debate and also bringing to Brazil this power shoring concept. While the world is talking about nearshoring and shoring, and you bring a new concept to this debate to think about the idiosyncrasies of the Brazilian economy. So I'd like to greet everyone in the table, Gordon Arbash, Luis Esteves, Rodenberg, everyone who is part of this alliance. Always, I believe, this table as power sharing and green neo-industrialization can promote economic growth, sustainable economic growth in Brazil. So I'll hand the floor to each so that they can make initial comments, and then I'll ask questions. I believe the topic, Jorge and everyone, is pertinent because Brazil in the last years has gone from disindustrialization, which is not natural, due to a loss of the density of the production chain because of national recession. And the Minister, Vice President Almik, has talked about that new decentralization, which is power sharing, that is sustainability and energy transition. And in that sense, Brazil, and you defend that a lot, that point in your works, it has the capacity to be a leader in this point. And also BNDES president, when they launched the pact, that this is a new industrialization project for Brazil, cannot be subordinated in this world. Brazil needs to live that I'm the poor person poverty complex on the side and maintain a sustainable energy transition. And that's what we're working at the CNI. And the sustainability, beyond that, we need to think of energy transition and innovation, technology transform the productive structure in Brazil. I'm going to hand the floor to the first speaker, Luis Gordon, Director of Productive Development, Innovation and Foreign Trade of the BNDES. Thank you, Wallace. I thank CNI for organizing the event and everyone who is present here at the table today. This is really important to talk about this topic. It has been said since the very beginning, the importance of retake talks with the industrial policies. That's a big difference with Lula's administration and Geraldo Alckmin. To discuss the industrial sector, also thinking in new industrialization policies in which the important pillars, which are the green agenda, digitalization, innovation, and as I've heard from the BP, is the export. These are very important 4 points in which we have to think when we're thinking about neo-industrialization and the social economic agenda and how the Brazilian industry can position itself in a differentiated way. We have a big window of opportunities, the sustainability and green agenda. We can bring a big investment portfolio, especially in the power grid, on those who have to develop green economies and the green economy itself, and not only to receive investments, but also how to add value to the Brazilian industry and the Brazilian economy, how to adapt to these investments that we're attracting to Brazil, not only for them to produce, but also they have to come and use the Brazilian power grid, but also to develop technology, to bring the research sector here and use the logistics chain, which is very strong here. We have wind power, solar power, biomass power. There are a group of corporations in Brazil and machinery that they can provide this machinery for the generation of this type of energy. What Arbach has said has been a very well structured document on Powershoring, because we shouldn't only be a producer of green hydrogen as a commodity, but we must develop that technology, have the machinery here for shipping vessels. The battery industry is very important too. We must think of neoindustrialization with fundamental base of industrial development. That's what we have been doing, and that's what we have been discussing. And BNDES has a very important role. This is the development bank. It's going to help us drive the agenda, and it has been the industrial sector bank, especially in the last years. It stopped supporting the industrial sector, and between 2000 and 2010, the average from support of BNDES was very high, 6% only, but it has dropped from below 20%. It was less than 1% this disbursement, and it was only $11 million, less than 600 million reales for exports when we stopped supporting industrial production. Now that we want to support the industrial sector again, the innovation sector, with a green outlook always. That's what we're always seeing within the policies of neo-industrialization. And that's our focus beginning today. This is a strategic pillar with green energies. An important agenda is also export using the power grid. The companies do come and use a way of exporting their green energetic balance to gain market. BNDES is looking to support the agro industry sector exports, and this year they use more resources. And we are an entity that is going to be supporting exports, and you support engineering. When you're supporting services, you are supporting with Brazilian equipment, and we can support on the basis of green energy structures, more efficient machinery. We carried a reduction in the export bank, which was a priority for exporting machinery that have an energy efficiency. This is a topic of concern here for the green agenda, and how it was said by Vice President Altman, we're going to have a preferential rate, which is going to be lower, and in the CNDI policies, 106 billion were placed, to be precise, to stimulate industrial policy. 65 of these came from BNDES and FINEP. They're going to be working together to support this new industrialization and the green neo-industrialization, and that CAF and other institutions and bilateral institutions can become part of this joint effort by the Brazilian industry to develop an innovative and sustainable industry. And lastly, the government launched the largest program of productivity of MESs in the last BNS meeting. They're going to be trained for digitalization, to support the small enterprises in digitalization. And this is part of the sustainability policy, and they're going to improve the use of supplies and using better productive and energy efficiency, to prove that BNDES is back, and is back to support industry and the green and innovative industry as well. So I thank you for your time. Thank you. I'm going to hand the floor to Mr. Jorge Bash, Vice President of CAF. Thank you, Wallace. Good morning, everyone who are here present today. Thank you to everyone and the public and those who are listening to us via streaming. We're going to talk about some points I mentioned initially. If there is anything that is going to move the economy in these following decades, it's going to be the green manufacturing agenda. And it has a simple explanation. We have a giant production matrix for every good, and this is produced by some sort of gray energy or produced on bases that are emitting and generating residue and waste, like we all know. So it's going to be necessary to do a conversion of this production, providing it a production matrix of green goods and services, and this requires a huge effort of every kind. And this huge effort is going to create a lot of opportunities for business. So the big issue that sometimes is not talked about in the international debate, including debates in the COPs and other venues, right in the end, is who is going to be dominating the green manufacturing, who will be the dominant power, who is going to appropriate and participate of this new agenda, which it has tens of trillions of dollars worth in the following decades. And this is where Brazil and Latin America come in. Why? Because this new green manufacturing agenda requires a big amount of those elements I mentioned to you before. And moreover, a lot of green energy and also a lot of water, a lot of minerals of new generation, such as nickel, high caliber or quality iron, and graphite and others. There's going to be associated to biodiversity, because a lot of the production of will go through biodiversity and bioeconomy, and Latin America has high rankings in this topic, and Brazil has a lot of good conditions to participate in this new frontier of green manufacturing. This is the first point, that every agenda of new business opportunities that green manufacturing can create to those who have the condition to participate in this new agenda. But this is very important. With this conversion, the relative prices of things associated to green energies, water, minerals, of new generation of biodiversity, etc., those relative prices will go up throughout the following decades. So he who has the conditions will benefit and will have a special place in the value chain when managing these resources. That means these countries will have conditions to be able to have positive balances in the insertion of global economy and having better terms of trade. And this means better connections to have a prosperous country. And the point is how to create these conditions so that we can get that Latin America and Brazil can be key players in this green manufacturing agenda. That's the point at the end, that at the same time that is generating prosperity here, it also helps in a very special way to decarbonization worldwide. So this is a process, win-win, that we have in our disposal. So we have to benefit from it in the best possible way with coherent and consistent policies to be able to carry out this big potential that may actually be, it's a historic opportunity that Brazil and Latin America can eradicate poverty, inequality, and include equality topics in the cities, because our countries are extremely urbanized. So when we're talking about power sharing, we're talking about urban activities, of industrial activities, of services that foster these value chains. So this point goes beyond business and beyond decarbonization. This line of thinking represents a great opportunity to try the social agenda, which touches on the basis of sustainability. So when we're talking of the promotion of sustainable growth and sustainable, it has to do with equitable, balanced society. We haven't been able to sustain this yet. We haven't talked about a society that can generate goods and services that are exposed to variations and changes, and products and services of high value. So Brazil has the conditions that are sustainable and sustainable, and we should walk along that path. Now, Luis Esteves from BNB. Thank you for the opportunity for this debate. I believe I'm going to talk on the side of demand. When we're assessing Brazil, it's a country, of course, that is ranked at a medium range, but with high inequality. The middle class has more or less stalled, but this process doesn't represent Brazil alone. China, for example, and India place a lot of people in the middle class, and sub-Saharan Africa is doing that too. But the trend is to place people in the middle class range, those with middle range income. Placing people in this economic range will make people more rich, increasing the GDP per capita. So since we're talking about increasing energy per capita, what we'll have is a greater consumption of energy. When we're talking about neoindustrialization, we're talking about robotics, AI, which are going to be demanding a lot of energy. So the challenges that we have in this type of energy transition are not trivial. And you will have then a group of initiatives to be able to reach this transition in the best possible way, and that this transition is inclusive. You must place a lot of people in middle class in Brazil and in the rest of the world. The problem is that in Brazil's case, as I've said before, we'll need different types of solutions. It may be one of the countries who is better positioned to offer these items. So we're talking about the possibility of Brazil becoming a hub to provide these clean energy solutions. And we're not exaggerating when we're talking about these projects, many different projects, and for this transition. And we have a heterogeneity in terms of emergence in some sector. It is more urgent to carry out this transition. There are some productive processes. Some are more intensive than others. Some use more gray energy than others. And you have a heterogeneity on the side of the demand. So in Brazil, we have the possibility of exploring. And when we're talking about power sharing, we're talking about that follow-up that has more emergence in these sectors that are very intensive in energy demand for their production processes. And nowadays, the energy consumed is mostly gray energy, and we need to migrate towards green energy. And this is where a power sharing is going to represent a solution. It's going to be a possibility. And that's when we have a real discussion of having green cement, green iron. And what we're going to see later on is when the manufactured products will have a carbon emission. So we're talking about power shoring, export of green hydrogen. We have many different possibilities. Power shoring is one of these, and maybe the most attractive one to generate income and the chain, the value chain. And when we're talking about these opportunities in Brazil to improve per capita GDP, to reduce inequalities, what we observe today. For example, I am an economist of the Northest Bank, and what they see that renewable energy problems is that these become intermittent. You need the sun to have solar energy. Wind is intermittent. You don't always have a constant flow of wind. And if you see at the map in Brazil, you can see many different maps. You're going to have an overlapping in some areas in which you have solar energy for X potential and wind another Y potential. And the Northeast, Nordeste, the peak wind will be at night. You have stability. Sun will be at midday. And so you have a clean grid. You have also bioelectric, a biomass. But when you see what's generating wealth in a nation, many books say this, is productivity. And this also appears as the comparative advantages of this trade that we talked about. Brazil has advantages, comparative advantages in terms of energy. Brazil can provide energy, many renewable energies at competitive prices. And this will even be better in the future. Will it be like this forever? We don't know. But the scenario that we have today is to win this possibility of this big productivity will be very clear. And we have that in our favor to have the capacity of producing supplies, to centralize these strategic supplies sometimes generates wealth. For example, with oil, you see the first top 10 producers. You see that just having the reserves is not wealth in itself. It's how you take advantage of it. How do you use power sharing then in a strategic way, using the resources strategically and the competitiveness and corporate advantages that the Brazilian economy could offer. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be able to work with you, Jorge Bash. I'd like to thank CAF for this event and to greet everyone present. I believe we're all privileged because it is my understanding that we're living through a historic moment and of great opportunity for Brazil, which is the country in the world that can bring to a COP at the end of the year with a regular carbon market, with the regulations of an offshore and the 2030 agenda coordinated with Wallace, this energy part, decarbonization, and having a deregulation of sustainable green diesel for aviation fuel and capturing carbon emissions. And ethanol can increase up to 30% in gas mix, biodiesel in this mix up to 20%, and also to present one of the largest tropical forests, very diverse in the planet, 12%, and a democracy. There is no other country in the world that has the condition that Brazil has now. Also, we have the President of the Republic recognized in the international leadership, and he placed this topic as a priority of the topic. The Vice President is the Vice Minister of Industry and Commerce, which placed neoindustrialization as a priority. We have Minister of the Treasury for Ecologic Transition as the BNDES, with Gordon and these directors, like all in conversion with this agenda, with CAF, all of these political actors. We have the president of the chamber. The priority of the second semester is energy transition. And then this is the moment, this is Brazil's moment. I think our big challenges are basically to coordination, meaning the actions that could effectively make us get to the end of the year with all of these areas now with the new regulations, and also the concern of inclusion in the social arena. Let's talk about opportunities first. The carbon market, we're working with allies from CNI and all energy sectors from 10 ministries built up that project. Is basically ready. Now, how are we going to present this project in Congress? But we're going to have a new rapporteur, Leila, who is available for the government. We also have the regulation of offshore eolic. It has been already approved in the Senate. If we need something to perfect that, this is the time. We have to include the fuel for the future. This is being discussed in the government, and the big challenge is to build up a more complex incentive for producing hydrogen. Now, the big opportunity to industrialize the Brazil's Northeast through offshore wind farms is a concern that we must have present. When we're attracting the supply chain, those companies who are energy intensive, we must warranty content, the national content, and that we have all the benefits of this opportunity.
In the case of sustainable fuel for aviation, nowadays the companies use something about 400,000 liters a year. Starting from 2017, they will need to use a percentage of the mixture of those 4 billions of liters in 2027, which is the country that has the opportunity, that already has a biofuels production tradition through different technological routes in many regions of the country. Even here near the Brazil airport, we have a lot of, we live in a country where the nature has provided us, so we need to utilize that. The molecules produced by petroleum can be produced by biofuels. What we need is knowledge, technology, and prices. The opportunities are there. I would say that this is the moment of doing the political conversion, because the regulation will have a clear shine in the local and international markets, which is a country that has the green iron to develop a green chemistry, green plastics, Brazil, then we cannot lose that opportunity. The time is now. This is a subject that to which there is no consistent opposition. It's a topic that unifies the country. The priority in the country is the regulation and secu legal security for the investors from abroad and local, so Brazil can transform this comparative into advantages. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to pass the floor to the industries, the Superintendency of SASE, National Director of SENAI and BNDES. Good morning, everyone. The message that we want to convey, we had exceptional presentations. The president spoke about key factors. Also, Jorge Abach, who is a leader as well. 40 years ago, we had a great victory in the concept of neoliberal. With that, the third industrial revolution started with micro electronic technology and create production at long distance and creating advantages in the productive chain. China was a pioneer in this aspect. The China GDP relatively to the United States was 1%, nowadays is 70%. That characterizes a movement of the offshoring. That structure of neoliberalism combined with a new configuration of global productivity. The energy as a critical factor for production, the energetical security, geopolitical that comes from that growing tension, the war in Ukraine, the climate events which are extreme, and the new compromises for regulations, environmental regulations, are putting us in a position that is determined and named by the offshore. And this is the return of the production, friendly shoring and middle shoring. And in Brazil, it does not close in any of those, neither 40 years ago or the ones that I just mentioned. So our great gift is power shoring. It's to focalize the energy on green energy. This is our great advantage, and that it could be a counteract for all the spaces that we've had in this last 40 years. China, in fact, put Brazil in front of how we would be thinking and be in the order of a bipolar world. We were relatively cheap for the United States and Europe. We had lower costs or more competitive costs for production, but we didn't think that China would enter the game. When China and Asia did, if we look into economical literature that started between 50s, 60s, and 70s, this was a region that had no hope. This is a dynamic story. They came back. They are together. We were the country that lost more complexity and that went back a lot in where the industrial policies are really important. China did that in an incredible way in those 40 years. The United States always did different concepts. They were threatened by Japan with the ability that Japan has of engineering. Nowadays, they are doing again in a clear way an intervention, a strong one with the government, doing active policies as well as in Europe. Also, Brazil needs to regain what it has always done. We support ourselves with the policies of CEPAL being a development that is strongly developed by the state, and we need to go back to that. Here we have a table that is very representative. We have three different public instances that have a key role in supporting the government. It's a clear initiative, and it's also represented through many leaders. Mario Cesar Aguiar, Robinson Abertura. We also have Marco Pimentel, Ajuri, and many others that are here and that I could name. What we have as an agenda, it's the possibility of not put this into the agenda of clean and abundant energy production. Here we're speaking about a strategy. I would put the first 10 ones that we have. The 11th would be the other 5 from the CNE priority. This is the great opportunity that we have in the agenda for decarbonization around energy, and we need to position ourselves as a key element in this debate in the agendas for aluminum, cement, glass, cellulose, everything in a sustainable way. This great agenda that Brazil has cannot only be a new commodity only through green energy. We need to think as well how this will be an element that will promote the industry and the representation in this moment now. That is an indication of the level of strategic consciousness that Brazilian industries has in relation to that. Roland Burr's secretary, Roland Burr, you will have a very key important role in this agenda with the leadership of the vice president and minister, and also with the minister of economy regarding the ecological transition. This is an extremely important agenda for which Brazilian industry is ready, is active, and is moving towards this agenda. Try to take advantage of that wave of global liquidity and have an agenda for industrialization, have many challenges and possibilities. We have challenges in the idea to connect the offers of financing for an agenda that is clear with articulation strategy, with utilization of public resources, with development banks, with ministers of science and innovation in relation to what's necessary in terms of technological packages like we've done in the past, the program where we have done in the biomass agenda, as well as we have done in the development of technological packages that we're doing with the SLPLS agenda. We've been here with the director of SENAS, who has been with me all these years. I was Jefferson Gomez, and also who was also in Germany and Brussels. This is of great importance for these technological packages. We need to sell that technology to impose this leadership. The president spoke in a very clear way about the biomass, saying that it's a more efficient than the electrical system for mobility. I think it is something that Brazil needs to think about. Think about biomass energy as part of its strategy. And while doing that, the critical technological mass capacity will have a key role for the industrialization. We have talked with all the aviation companies in Brazil, one of those being a Brazilian company, and this represents great advantages. We have potential in the area of all the industries, the utilization, thermal, cement, metal, all this potentiates our capacity for industrial development. And why is the industry important in a country where 200,000 million people have an ambitious industrial vision? In the last 40 years, Brazil did a regression, had a setback, precisely in a way. There was a moment where the Brazilian society stopped having the concept of being concerned with the industrial concept. I am representing CNI. We only need to look into the logic of the global development, the industrial development, the which determines the agenda of a generation of sustainable goods. Green economy and power sharing can also be a great opportunity for reindustrialization in Brazil. And I will repeat this, reindustrialization. This is very, very hard. We have a big opportunity here, but we need to establish a capacity that we lost. A coordination, the capacity of political coordination. We need to rescue this, need to recover that. Brazil has forgotten what we are really able to do to gather everyone together, to have a consensus. The construction of a consensus is given through a different path from the polarization which we're in nowadays. Brazil needs to take a leap in its political system and build a concept, a new concept in all cases for accelerated economical development. It's also done with the construction, and we need to inspire ourselves with the German and Japanese examples, like the United States does, in order to have this inspiration to do what Brazil already knew how to do, to establish a relationship between private and public stakeholders for the construction of this consensus for the policies and the democracy, which is non-negotiable in our society, to negotiate an agenda for prosperity, to overcome where Brazil has been in the corporate aspect that leaves us in a precarious place in society. We're lagging behind, and this will not take us to us. The power shoring is a new game for Brazil. This is our great opportunity. It's an opportunity that maybe Brazilian society wanted, was longing for a long time. If we could be able to see this corporative interests, we need to think that on top of that, it is a historical challenge. Thank you. We have a few minutes. We will compile 4 questions in one because of time. Of course, I think that in recent periods here in Lucchesi, I will formulate the question in this way so everyone will comment. After the 90s, many aspects created landmarks in Brazilian economy. We had low, unstable growth. We had a stop and go situation, and at the same time, the investment rate in Brazil is very low regarding GDP after the 80s, 20% or something. The maximum 20% was the maximum that we reached after the Lula mandate. Nelson spoke about something very important. The private sector does not invest without a symbiosis with the public sector, where this interaction is primary. We need to have the state as the national conjuncture. The role of the state is a conduit with the industry 4.0 and sustainability. This is my question for you all, if you can comment quickly. How can Brazil could overcome in face of this scenario the challenge of long-term investment and the international barriers that are arising in the international scenario, because the whole world is doing this. The nearshoring in practice are the countries internalizing the production chains, is coming back home. So I would like to hear from you, like Nelson said, we are here more to listen, more to learn, more than to give our opinion. So I wanted to hear about these points. Thank you, Wallace. I will try to speak quickly about this here. A fundamental aspect that we are discussing is about industrial along with an investment policies and also ecological, all this mixed together. And with the development bank, this has a strategic place in this agenda. So specifically in BNDES, our goal is that until the end of the Lula government, BNDES will go from 1 to 2% of GDP. Our role would be to push to promote this sector, which is productive, so more can be invested in infrastructure and innovation wherever we think it's necessary. From beginning to end of the Lula government, it will be approximately 600 billion, thousand billion reais which will be destined for investment in the country. BNDES is supporting this with resources so we can make more dynamic economics and bring investment to Brazil. This is what we're working for the strengthening of the climate bio bonds. This will create billions to the climate fund for attractive support for the agenda for sustainability, the development that will be captured through all these resources and all the part that has available resources, international gathering like Natalia has brilliantly brought these resources for the support of the industry, the company sector. What this government has, which is very important, is coordination. The coordination between the government, coordination was created, focus on financing, which is also very important with the Ministry of Treasury, the planification of BNDES, so they can coordinate financing and they can stimulate the private investment. The banks, the innovation agencies, they can work together, stimulating, and this will be very important to have a focus of the vision that Brazil wants to reach in the work groups. The BNDES will have a strategic role in the specific case for the decarbonization agenda. where the Ministry of Treasury, BNDES, is working together to create the main lines for decarbonization and stimulate private investment. The other agenda to go back to energetic precision of BNDES, Petrobras, to coordinate those actions through Petrobras, also to coordinate with a strategy, also that will be able to stimulate this investment. And also talking about President Lula, we will locate 400 billions for investment, the role of the state to stimulate together with the private sector and the federal government. This together with the public sector and the private, we will have more development. Jorge? Yes, well, as you spoke about two topics, investment and international barriers. If there is something that will help investment in Brazil is the agenda that we're talking about today, which is the agenda for sustainability. This is where Brazil has great advantages and can offer this to the world. And these investments can be something that we need to do international associations in order to accelerate and catalyze all this great potential that we have to participate of the green production agenda, the necessary conditions to bring this foreign investment going through 5 public policies, some incentives, regulations, and policies that are clear and known. This is where the multilateral banks enter with this support, also legal security, more than anything, a known north. There is a lot of international interest, so we can attract resources to Brazil, and this probably will continue on the table. Last year, like was mentioned, Brazil attracted this. It was the 5th investment destination for international investment. Probably this year we can reach new records. But this is not the most important part, but that the relative prices of that Brazil has to offer nowadays to the world will go up. Water, clean energy, minerals, biodiversity, bioeconomy, and other factors of prices that which are relative will go up. This is a central topic. And whoever thinks
by political interest, and this creates uncertainty at the time when you have to make a business decision and when you're strengthening in Brazil and Latin America. So from the absolute point of view, yes, Brazil has problems for investment, but from the relative point of view, Brazil is more attractive. And when we combine this with the agenda that Lucchesi pointed out, is that Brazil is going to participate of this wave of new investments. Of course, Brazil will accelerate the process if they combine that with their own home chores, as I mentioned before. The second point on barriers, I believe that definitely there are many different barriers that are being put on the table. United States and Europe with those huge subsidy plans, protection of territory, discrimination, and big subsidies. That has a lot of implications for Latin America and Brazil, but it is also necessary to take into consideration that geographical diversification of production will happen no matter what, because companies do have that interest in not going back to reconcentrate. That's in the best economic interest of companies. The concentration, as it happened in China, was a big mistake, and it created a lot of exposure to those companies. Also, extreme climatic change events, and these points are diversifying geography of production. The country then has Brazil's conditions, as we mentioned, combined with this need of geographic redistribution of industry, makes that the region is an attractive place for companies, independently of having big subsidies and discrimination, but corporations are going to save their own skin in that way with that micro business. Brazil in the region must know how to take advantage of these business opportunities, explore interest that companies have in their strategies in the midterm and long term to capitalize on this, of course, by creating public and private policies that are coherent and consistent. And finally, on the barriers, the size of the subsidy, on the incentives, on the discrimination and protection pushed on the table by the United States and Europe are motives to think of a point to resolve controversies. And this is flagrant, the size of the intervention on global markets. We have to think about that. Thank you, Jorge. I'll hand the floor now to Luis. I'll try to talk more on the public and private point. A good point creating some confusion on this public-private point is risk, and why the development bank is important, because BNDES and BNI are important, and why the alliances are important. 3 points. One thing is to have a low risk, another thing is to have a high risk, and another issue is to have no idea of risk. When you have low or risk, high, if it's low, you know it's easy. If it's high, well, you know how to handle it. But when you don't know what the risk is, the private sector just won't come in. It's obvious because they cannot measure and be able to design a cash flow. And that's the story of BNDES and other development banks, what they've done. If there's something that is not clear, it happened to wind farms, with solar farms. No one was clear. We didn't have the map, the radiation map. We just didn't know what was going on. They made part of a business where everybody came in, because the role of the development bank was that we need to get to this. This is hot, this is cold. Who has to put the finger on the pulse and gauge what's going on? And that's the way it used to work. But when you're talking about working with sophisticated economy, this risk in innovation, Gordon went through that already, he knows about it. There are risks that you cannot measure, so you need the public sector then to carry out this risk measurement, so that then the private sector can come in. The second point has to do with the market of bank guarantees. You get rich countries, for example, they do have a lot of equity, a lot of capital for their own resources, and this drives forward the credit market. Another point, in the United States, you have assets, you have registries in the notaries, and you can provide guarantees to the bank. The majority of developing countries don't have that. They don't have the legal deeds to guarantee anything about the assets, and then there are some properties that have more than one deed, and you just don't know if it's true. So the bank guarantees structure is not working well. And one way to resolve this is finding a role then with the development bank. Finally, you have complex production chains. They own property that are modular. And what does that mean? It's like a Lego. A single block doesn't you do anything. To build up with Lego, you have to join those blocks in a way that makes sense. Same thing happened with production chains. I'm going to carry high investment, but I must have a supply chain, but I need my customers to be close. Some don't do it because they don't know if they're going to have the rest of the jigsaw puzzles. That's where, or the Lego pieces, that's where you need to coordinate, to have a public policy to coordinate that everything is done at the same time. For example, you place money here and you're expecting me to get in because it's a good opportunity to make money, but get a portion out of the profit out. So 3 steps are key to be able to justify the public action, the public policy, the actions of development banks and developing countries, economies that are under development. That's relevant. And I believe it's not that possible to make big leaps without thinking of these needs of articulating public policies as described. Thank you, Luis. I'll open the floor to Rollenberg. Well, 3 quick comments. I feel for government periods, we need to think in a strategic way so that we can envision a country from here 20, 25, 30 years to build up geopolitical scenarios. Second point, I've realized during this period of this secretariat, we have production of hydrogen, eolic, it's the wind, it's the need of the regulation. They can bring legal safety and security for these investments. And the regulations we try to do with the carbon market, and there is interoperability with foreign markets to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. These are 2 important topics. And then after regulations of these systems, hydrogen, offshore fuels, aviation fuels, I believe Brazil should have a committee of extremely technical people from BNDES, CNI, and Foreign Relations Ministry, etc., that can be in a permanent way creating events such as this in Germany, the UK, in other countries, so that they would be searching for investments for Brazil. We're talking about power sharing from that perspective. It calls my attention a conversation that I had with Ambassador Yaragui, which is the ambassador to Germany. There are middle-sized companies that would be big companies in Brazil that could have the interest of bring their industrial plants to Brazil. It's cheaper to decarbonize in Brazil in function of all the opportunities we have compared to Germany. So I think that work, if we look at it actively, it's interesting to take advantage of all the power shoring opportunities. Thank you, Rollenberg. And in closing, 4 warning calls that I'd make based on the realistic optimism. First of all, challenges of coordination. We must think that this challenge of coordination is public-private. Governments are a lot of entities, and oftentimes that makes this task a little bit more complex, including more expenditures. And with the political system of 30 different parties, those big coalitions that in each administration they create, a lot of coordination facilities. We lost that capacity of cohesion or cohesiveness that we had in the past. And we have to correct something that we know how to take. Brazil never knew how to think of doing science as the driver of the GDP. And that's a big challenge now for us. Andrap, Gordon, he was a leader there during a long time. He knows very well that this is a successful experience, but we need to improve a lot the capacity of coordination on what Robinson Chair said and the industrial leader said. The industrial sector is ready to sit down at this board, to sit down at this table and work this agenda of active search. If you have an idea that we can meet tomorrow, we're here at your availability so that we can build up on that. Now, the point where we're going to see a lot of subsidies from larger economies, we have here a role also that seems that they can print money, they will be rich. Brazil doesn't have that capacity. If you print euros or dollars, you're rich. Of course, you have very high public debt, but there's no speculation and there's no miserable concept of that country that would be as negative in relationship to historic opportunities. So we have to think of an agenda in which Brazil becomes a world leader. Brazil didn't have the money when it lost back then to have the technology, these disruptive technologies, very few money. And from the development strategic plan that when PROCAP came up is the offshore extraction of water from Petrobras project. It begins with the continuity of optimizing available technology. And that combination, that optimal combination of technology use, which were already experimented, provided Brazil the leadership in exploration. So with fiscal aid and with certain lack of capacity of investment, we could still optimize our structure for the available factors to Brazil, mainly with this capacity of public-private coordination. And this is where another important point comes in. That's debating the mentality or hegemony. If we see programming of Brazilian TV, everything that goes through media, the economic debate, the sensation we have is that we are back in the 1980s and 1990s decades, and that Brazil is one of the largely benefited society because of neoliberalism. Actually, no, we are the ones who lost the most. Let's wake up. Let's take the mask of this farcical concept of this fake national debate. Neoliberalism handed Brazil a defeat with great loss. The financial cost that we had in Brazil because of the financial hegemony was destructive for the financial. We have professional leaders, also the fiscal responsibility that Brazil practiced back then, and all the economies of middle income go to populism, and this brings a big reflection of seriousness for this public-private coordination to be able to build up a national consensus and be able to pull Brazil out of this intellectual poverty. Each announcement that BNDES makes towards modernization, there's an editorial from a newspaper who is at the service of Frias Limas, but really is at this juncture from the Brazilian interest. And we have to speak about that. We must have the courage to speak out, tell the truth, hear the truth, and basically be honest with the purpose of defending neo-industrialization. We cannot make that omelette without cracking some eggs, without recovering the courage of the founder of this house, Roberto Simons. Instead of countering a backward hegemony that was to predicate by Eugenio Goudao that Brazil needed to concentrate in agriculture. And Roberto Simons used to say during the 1940s, hey, all rich countries took the path of industrialization. And now, as a tragedy, as a farce, we are repeating consensus that have been already overcome through history, absolutely overcome. And there are not enough voices that insist in challenging this consensus. Industrial activity is more productive, and Brazil needs to have this big ambition in this agenda, and this is to reflect in these alerts and challenges. We must have a progressive, responsible consensus with the public agenda and a capacity of building this perception of a dialogue with the corporate sector. Thank you. We close this first round. Thank you, Wallace, and thank you to all panelists. And we invite you to take back your seats. We will continue shortly with the second panel. We will begin now the second panel for the day, which are the sectorial actions and what are the sectoral and policy actions needed to enable and take advantage of offshoring and green neo-industrialization. I like to invite from the BNDES Luciana Costa, Director of Infrastructure, Energy Transition, and Climate Change. is the comparative advantage that Brazil has in the energy sector. No other big economy has the cost of wind, biomass, biogas, solar, availability of land, water, hydric capacity that Brazil has, and a more clean power grid than other economies from the G20. We have an integrated electric system. Our comparative advantage is not only natural, it is also the fruit of public policies that are correct decisions from the past when Brazil bet for the development of wind industry, and we are now harvesting these fruits. But these public policies are not eternal. They need to be taking new steps from time to time. And in the case of Brazil, we have that comparative advantage is the cost of renewables, which is lesser cost than other big countries in the world. But that comparative advantage is not eternal. They have a window of opportunity, and everything that we're talking about, coordinating these efforts to debate new public policies, new regulatory frameworks. That's the urgent debate so that we can have our comparative advantage, and that becomes a competitive advantage. And BNDES, we have $320 billion in different stage green hydrogen projects, and Brazil is competing for those. We have comparative advantages with other providers, but we have a slightly higher cost there. We have high capital cost there, and terms and prices that are different. The United States, for example, they get tax credits for projects that are going to be implemented. They're going to be generated between now and 5 to 10 years. And the American market is already financing that before this is being generated. We don't have this in Brazil because we don't have a capital market which is that robust. I like to debate with other people who are in the sector to be able to bring our realities, our limitations. That peer review is being threatened, but Europe needs Brazil to decarbonize. As it was said before, it's cheaper to do green steel in Brazil than manufacturing it in Europe, for example. And buying carbon credits, there are political and economic limitations in Europe to stymie power sharing. How are we going to get back in? And we have the BNDES. That are energy generation projects. The BNS finance 70%. Over 50% of roads in Brazil. This capacity of structuring projects that be in the ES and how they're going to be working it jointly with the capital markets, not the capital markets from the US, but what we're developing is different. It is less deep, but we need that BNDES is present to be able to support those projects. Or the banking market that is going to be up to 5 years. It's very difficult that a private Brazilian bank would lend money out at over 5-year term. So that combination in order for us to get better green hydrogen projects, biofuels, biofuels for airplanes, or having more or less installed capacity, we need a lot more in our future to carry out our potential of green hydrogen. We have an integrated electrical system. Electrobras provides renewable energy anywhere in Brazil. It depends on the efficiency. They cannot stop. Combined with our hydric potential from the hydroelectrical system, we can resolve those problems. We have comparative advantages. They're there, they're natural. And again, this is the fruit of correct public policy from the past, but we have challenges as well. Creating regulations for green hydrogen, sustainable fuels for aviation. Aviation will be cheaper, decarbonizing aviation with sustainable aviation fuel. Airlines are going to have to buy fuel, sustainable fuel, or buying carbon bonds. Studies show that it's going to be cheaper to airlift with these new fuels compared to the current kerosene. And there's capacity of producing these sustainable fuels of macaúba oil and biomass that we have. How are we going to regulate this harvest in Brazil? Which is going to be the percentage that we're going to include in the mixes to stimulate demand? It is still more expensive than kerosene currently. So this debate as to how to make this project to become feasible, take it out of paper and make it a reality and our daily focus. That's the type of projects that we are paying closest attention to. So I'd like to thank my colleagues from this panel. We have spoken before, and we can continue talking a long time after we're done today. First question for Karim. One of the big challenges in the country, the capital market cost, which is not that profound in price and volume and terms. The banking market, it's a limited system in terms, and the Minister of Trade is having an ecologic transition to drive the economy with sustainable fuels. Which are the main short, medium, and long-term strategies for consolidation of Brazil to be an energy exporter for green manufacturing? And that's what we're talking here, for the change before and after, and making our exports that these are green exports using green energy for the vessels. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to say hello. The organizers of this event, CNI, BNDES, for promoting an important debate for the economy of this country. I'd like to say hello also to the moderator, Luciana Porter. She is a great driver of green economy, and also to greet all colleagues on the table on behalf of women. It is not that common when we're tagging economy and energy, having a panel full of women. We have to drive forward this decarbonized economy. So I want to say Hello to all of our esteemed panel as well. The composition of this table. I bring here the message from the Ministry of the Treasury as to how this economy in this next period driven by the state. Now we have to say Brazil is back for the climate agenda after some years living in climate denial and scientific denial, and that's no big thing. It's been said that during this first semester was to put the house back in order, time in an important way. In this battle for approval, fiscal approval, which means taking back the capacity to be able to intervene on the path of the fiscal and tax reformation of the economy, not only what has always been done, place into the debate the part of tax exemptions, everything that we have talked about here, because we want to provide incentives into the futures economy to decarbonize, to decontaminate. And so we have done our homework. And now it's the moment to discuss, which is the plan for ecological transformation we're calling New Brazil. President Lula provided that name with this nickname, and he said, when we presented this is not a transformation plan. This is a new Brazil. It's the new Brazil for the Ministry of the Treasury. The Environment Ministry allied with Fernando Gas Minister, the BNDES. This has been essential for this because this is a great opportunity that Brazil has. Only Brazil can make and build up these alliances with the production sector of the economy of the country through the Ministry of the Treasury and the Ministry of Commerce. This is a great novelty from this new administration, this new government, the Ministry of the Treasury, the economic team in a broader sense, that at any other given time used to be apathic on the change of the climate change issue. They were simply deniers. We still have a vision that economic development is in one side and the preservation of the environment is another. But what changed is that the new government, with the leadership of the Ministry of the Treasury, cannot fight climate change as a cost to the country with a social cost attached to it, but we're looking at it as an opportunity to improve the Brazilian economy, to reindustrialize the country and become a motive of pride worldwide, be an example of economic policy based on nature and diversity. Talking a little bit about when we're talking about the plan, this is a transition plan. And not only, as I said, we see the ecologic transformation through a side of Brazil that can see the future years as green and to also industrialize the country. We need innovation, science, technology from these alliances of universities and companies, the production sector as well. Alliances with institutions like BNDES, BDI, Invest Brazil, Embraca. See this with the optics of the technological and productivity portions of our country. And this plan has 6 axes, and they are organized in over 100 actions, which are mapped from very broad to very specific and detail, because sometimes we have regulations and standards that may be simple, but affect important economic sectors. That's why we're doing this mapping in conjunction with other ministries. But I'm going to talk about the challenges it presents to my own portfolio. First of all, sustainable finances being led by the Ministry of the Treasury, and two big topics: regulation of carbon market. The regulated carbon market in Brazil will establish objectives and targets for the industry and companies to decarbonize, and also to create a parallel market that offers carbon. We are betting for technology that is essential so that companies that decarbonize, what we don't want to do is sell carbon. We want to decarbonize the economy, but we want companies to search for innovation to achieve decarbonization of their productive processes in their productive chains. Now in September, we'll have the beginning of the emission of sovereign sustainable bonds, and this resource, in our expectation, is going to place some millions of reals in sustainable projects operated by the Climate Fund and BNDES. It's going to be placed at the disposal of investors in technology and sustainable energy technologies. And another bioeconomy axis has to do with technological solutions based on biodiversity and nature. The plan says that there is a compatible and existing technology with biology, and this is important for human survival in Amazonia. And our bet is that there is a clean industry, even though they are extraction, but they have a sustainable management, be it makeup company, cosmetics, or perfumes, or pharmaceuticals. There is a compatible industry with biodiversity, taking advantage of solutions based on the nature to have their economy. Third axis is technological launching, which encompasses everything that we have discussed here, mixing productivity and taking advantage of these comparative advantages, not only natural ones, but also the infrastructure that we have created, how we have been able to achieve a simple model in sustainability based on the opportunities we have.
Understand what is the potential. We're talking about aviation fuel. We're talking about green hydrogen, low carbon hydrogen. We're talking about a series of opportunities that Brazil has in that sense. And to attract, starting from that, cheap energy, low cost energy, feasible with a great amount of production to attract industrial investment to Brazil. And to finalize, the two last axes that we have in the circular economy, we're talking about water, waste, but we also want to talk with the industry how through the redesign we can reduce the existence of industrial waste and also a green and resilient structure, because unfortunately there's already climate change going on, and who suffers the most with that climate change are the sectors in the coast, which are impacted more by poverty, that are single mothers that lose everything and they have to restart their life, and they are the main victims of this climate change. So we need also to adapt the cities. The ecological transformation, yes, is to preserve the forest, but also to try to mitigate the climate changes. To be able to bring a better quality of life to the population and bring up the resilience of our cities. So I think that all these opportunities, all this work we've done, that Brazil is living through all of us that have a responsibility with the future of Brazil, of the country. We are very enthusiastic to build that future. And I bring that message of compromise with the climate adaptation and a compromise with the construction of a new infrastructure for sustainable development for Brazil. Thank you very much. Now, I will make a question to Elvia. I would like to understand how can we guarantee that solar energy will continue in a competitive way in Brazil? And of course, also taking into account power shoring. And of course, in that same question, I would like to understand how can we do? You had a lot of success. You did a lot of work, good work with wind power to link those change associated to this wind energy. I would like to know what needs to be done from now on to maintain that competitive advantage, and what type of incentives do you consider that are decisive to continue with this success in this wind energy chain. Thank you, Luciana. Welcome. Thank you, everyone. I wanted to greet CNI and also say hello to my friend Jorge. I'd like to use this opportunity for that, and also call or highlight the importance that Brazil has to be a bit more ambitious on what it requires in the definition of the global production geopolitical chain. I wanted to say hello to my colleagues here in this panel, to Monica, my professor, my hydrogen professor, Karina, and of course, Luciana. This question that you make, we can work a lot on it. It will be key because it makes us think about this perspective about the future, mainly in 7 to 10 years. And why do I say 7 to 10 years? 7 years is the window of opportunity that Brazil has to know if they will or not take advantage of that comparative advantage that they have, because a very interesting study from Bloomberg demonstrating how the investments of other countries in renewable energies, how we lose those renewable bonds we have. This is why I like a lot this interval of 7 years, right? Because this is associated to other goals of the global economy in relation to decarbonization. We speak a lot about the comparative advantages and competitive advantages. On Sunday, it was the day of the economists, right? Congratulations. I love these economical expressions. They reflect a lot what we are living nowadays. Brazil, apparently, it's a competitive country for renewable energy production. Brazil is one of the richest countries in the world in terms of renewable resources. However, nowadays, Brazil is more in the comparative advantage than in its competitive advantage, and we need to adjust all our industrial processes or our policies so in fact we can be competitive. When we look into the costs, the prices of the renewable energies of solar that are here in the same place of the consumer, we have the false impression that we're extremely competitive, and that is not completely true, because the final price for the consumer is almost non-attainable. And the consumer, I am in the industry sector, I'm seeing here, David, the industry suffers a lot with the final price of energy. We speak about to charge electrons, but this needs to be competitive, and we're a bit far from this. And looking into wind energy, I will look very closely into this energy to bring the reflections that we need to develop. So let's get up together. Let's rise together. For example, demand. I will explain what that is. Transmission, financing, regulation, supply chain, and the taxes. Now, I will speak about these different points. I will elaborate on them. If you ask me, what is a problem that won't let you sleep, is demand, lack of demand. We don't have a market to be able to allocate the amount of projects that we have the intention to do. And we don't have a market. And this absence of a market brings us many consequences in the production change. Here at in the wind sector, we created a productive change, very dense, that gave us a big advantage for a long time. But unfortunately, we are going through a deindustrialization of that production of wind energy. And that deindustrialization is due to the lack of a route for the market. And Gordon mentioned a very important point, the role of the public policy, the role of the government that needs to induce this market. We are in need of induction mechanisms, because that's an expression that also economists like. Our market has a stop and go characteristic, and we are asking for a stop of a long duration, and that moment that indicates to our supply chain that we are not in the conditions of sustaining all that production change that we have the competence to build together with the BNDES and the financing programs. These are points that we need to look very closely into. The supply is suffering a pressure of international prices. In the words of Jorge, the change of the relative price of the relative cost. Yes, we, the investors of renewables, we will conform to the level of the prices, and it will be higher. Okay, it will rise for everyone. But what can we improve in terms of supply chain when we look into the renewables industry? Altogether, with all the reports that we have seen, we show that the renewable energies, and this is a study that was presented by the International Agency of Energy, it's suffering a paradox. Very bizarre. The finalization of one of the sectors will be growing more in the world. And this is the one that is more on the brinks of breaking. And the world needs of that productive change. The key answer here, regulation, transmission, financing, they are relevant, yes, but I would like to highlight 2 points. We need policies that are structured, that define a prevision. That is the role of public policies, that it will be able to foresee the route of the market and give a sign for investment in the production change so that technology can be sustainable. This was a very relevant word, sustainable, and to be able to sustain, so that sustainability will exist, we need policies, public policies, and that's fundamental. And the supply chain is depending on that. If I have a perspective, a long-term industry perspective, I will bring investors that will produce this will stay in the country, and we need to look into this to industrialization that unfortunately we are suffering in the wind sector. That is reversible. It's passive in order, but we need to look for that order. These are the main concerns. And something very relevant, I worked for a long time in the government. You know about that. It was 11 years of my career. And we did many interesting things in the energy sector, specifically with Pro-Infra. But if you look into the history of Brazil, in fact, we didn't have any structured policies for renewables. We didn't have all this that you are preparing now. This plan, this great plan that has an impact on the industrial plan, which MD is also working, MMD is also working on this energy transition. What we need is planning. Brazil also needs that, and the threats also count into the equation. That can become opportunities that Europe planned for us, but we need to act quickly and go for it. And that's good that we're doing that, but I really hope that we will be able to achieve if we continue this pace. And then we will be sure of transforming our comparative advantages into competitive advantages, and to do what Marinelle said, a locative advantage for distribution of that wealth to bring and return to Brazilian society all these advantages, because Brazilian society deserves it. Thank you, Elvia. And since we spoke about wind energy, now we're talking about solar with you, Rodrigo. I would like to understand from the standpoint of solar energy, what incentives do you think are fundamental so the industry that started developing itself with a great promise of growth, what do you think will be fundamental from the standpoint of the incentives from now on for solar energy? Good morning to everyone. It is my pleasure to be here, saying hello to BNDES, CK, and MT for this strategic topic for our country, and also to take the opportunity to say hello to everyone in this panel and bring a bit of the solar perspective, explaining who is AV Solar. I represent an association that's been existing for 10 years and represent 800 companies in the electrical sector, which it's one of the biggest in this electric sector, and a market that didn't exist 10 years ago. 10 years ago, we had 8 megawatts for operation, and that technology grew to 10,000 megawatts at this moment. So solar energy is the second biggest source of energy in Brazil, and 2/3 of this energy are on the roofs of the houses of small producers, of small commerce in rural sectors. Of this 250,000 in investment are in little physical businesses. This will be 550,000 million reais, will be the biggest growth in all its history, and will add up megawatts in the generation of Brazilian electrical matrix. And these are important numbers, and this is why we were invited to share with you a little bit of this vision and challenge. And I wanted to talk about the opportunities when we speak about this right now, because it's important when we think about this future of solar energy in Brazil to look into the great factories that are part of this universe. Also remember the public offices, the cities, because it's in the roofs where the solar energy is creating a silent revolution. And this, I'm talking about small, medium, and large industry. And in that sense, we realize, Luciana, when we see in the moment that solar energy, it's already in Brazil. We are reaching this in this last weeks to 1 million job opportunities that have come to the country. It's a good contribution, but we can do more. Every megawatt of solar energy brings 30 new job opportunities to Brazil. And every time we invest R1 in solar energy, we generate R3 for benefit for Brazilian society. It's a very relevant contribution to the economical factor. When we spoke about the Ministry of Economy, about the impact that solar can have, not only in sustainability, but also in the economical sector as well. Brazil has 2 billion systems of solar energy on the roofs of the houses. Our recommendation is to say that in this transition in the energetic sector as an ecological transformation, we can put ourselves a goal of 5 million of photovoltaic roofs. If each house of the programs Make Mi Casa, Mi Vida, if they have those solar roofs that will reduce from 70 to 85% of the electrical bill, that is an important number. And this can be installed with equipment that has been manufactured in Brazil. So it's strategic when we develop solar energy generating demand for the national industry. We call into the eyes of international investors, of the producers that are establishing themselves, that are in countries with public policies that are robust, like Europe and the United States, but that they look into Brazil not only as a consumer market, but that it can also develop an industry of innovation. There is an opportunity, big opportunity of win-win to reduce the bill of the public power. There is a big amount, a big percentage of the government consuming that energy. That would be good for it to be clean energy. Imagine all the schools, if they have solar energy, not only made in Brazil, all the equipment, the energy, we can develop the power to generate demand for the photovoltaic products produced in the Brazilian industry, since we can have an articulate program that can look into that from a point of view from the Ministry of Health, of Economy, of the Industries, and the Energies. And we also have an opportunity to work financing, and we are talking about BNDES, of course, BNB, the BASA, the Bank of Brazil, and Caixa, with the difference, with a differential for that product made in Brazil. It's not exclusivity, but it's a condition for financing for those products that come from abroad, and a condition from the product that is made in Brazil. We have conditions to attract, so the consumer can choose and install a solar system in the roof or their commerce made in Brazil. This happens in the Safra. It already used a BNDES product. It's important for the rural sectors also to install these equipment. It's 40 industries, but they could be more than 100 if we would have the ability to amplify the scale of that program. When we look into Elvia, she spoke about transmission. That is in order to not have this bottleneck, so there can be progress. We need to build an infrastructure before that the factory is built. Otherwise, we will have a bottleneck. We need to build this implementation in the lines of transmission, and BNDES could help to the financing of those projects that are convenient for sustainable development. And we could also evaluate the environmental elements. Clean energy can compete in same conditions with price, and happily in Brazil, with our great solar resources and biomass, etc., the biomass are also the cleanest, but in most of the world, no. The cheapest one is the fossil fuels that pollute, that also has impact on the health. So taking advantage of the reform to the taxes system and the transformation, transformation, we need to align the points of those directives in order to these sources to be sustainable in the generation of that energy. Monica will speak a bit more about the storage that we spoke about in the previous session. The storage is a superpower for solar and wind power because independently from the variability, if you generate energy during the day, you can use it at nighttime. So this to store for a nighttime when you don't have the wind, you can use these batteries, the batteries like we have in the cars, but they will also be in the generator, in the transmitter to the consumer. We call them stationary batteries because they are in one place. And these batteries, they don't have a tax on them or a 20%. It does have, sorry, the 20% over other markets. If we fix that, we can generate a market that can generate a lot of job opportunities in our country. And we can attract this equipment here. So these batteries must have access in what also work for renewables. The same incentives like solar and wind, access to the network, the structure, financing, which is competitive from BNDES. How much has been done in investment for batteries? It has not been done right. We can work like we have worked with great success, wind power, solar power. We can do of the storage a great leap for the electrical area. It's a renewable. And to finalize, the more we get together in this process, together with biogas, with Chamber of Commerce, Brazil, Germany, we create a pact for the energy of renewable hydrogen. It can be green, it can be solar from wind energy and other clean sources. We call them from renewables. It can be from ethanol, like it was mentioned, that was mentioned by President Gerald Albi. The biogas generates clean hydrogen. The Brazilian state started with these initiatives and the impact with renewables, hydrogen, so we can go a lot further. Here for hydrogen, it's to apply the same recipe that already worked, giving access with the same conditions of incentive that were given with solar and wind service. We will bring down the taxes for the sectors. We will give access and incentivate for this hydrogen, and we will do something very important, which is the cherry on top. Well, it's the cake itself, actually. It's to generate the national demand. How do we generate ethanol through pro-alco? We obtain biodiesel. We can make the mixture from green hydrogen to hydrogen. Let's make that mixture of green ammonia produced by that hydrogen. Ammonia, then we can produce fertilizers, and in general, we create demand, great volumes to supply that hydrogen. So we can generate what depends on the international market. It's not independent, it's depending. We will create an internal demand for hydrogen. Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here. And finally, we already spoke about wind and solar. Well, let's speak about hydrogen. In your opinion, Monica, to make it feasible, we spoke about 20 million investment in green hydrogen in many countries, comparative competing to attract those projects to realize the same projects of hydrogen in Brazil. In your vision, what is the answer? What needs to be overcome? How can we think about this industrial chain moving forward? Which are the opportunities to move forward? The industries moving forward and backwards with the electrolyzer. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I've been working for 25 years in the hydrogen sector, so to see this come to Brazil with the visibility that we have nowadays in the Chamber of Ministers and here in the Industry Confederation, it's a dream come true for me. So I am very happy and I congratulate everyone, Mr. Giorgio Baj. I also congratulate for this Powershoring study, which is excellent. I read the 92 pages yesterday on the plane. To me, that study could be the national plan for hydrogen, taking out the part for Latin America, because in reality, it's a competition between countries, but it's also cooperation among countries. But a lot exists in terms of how the world, the investors that which are the regions that offer these competitive advantages for those investments that are necessary in that sector. So this is a great opportunity for renewable energies and many sources in the countries. Before I continue with the transition, it's there will exist a geopolitical. Many countries will participate in that energy from what has been happening up till now. They are also entering in that energy sector. We continue with the next item that the investor, it's a price of the renewable energy and it's aligned with with the local market. When we speak about hydrogen, it's not only the molecule for hydrogen, it's all the what derivates from hydrogen. We're talking about ammonia, ethanol, aviation fuel, green cement, green steel, of all the products that could become green through renewable energies. So the country that will have the prize for renewable energies, the kilowatt per hour, promotes the competitivity of those products and derivatives from which use fossil fuels. On the free market, we're between 35. The renewable energy sector, it's the first one up from the chain. What's necessary for this sector? This sector is very important because it starts with marketing. A company announces that, well, they will invest in it determined region. Why they start with the market? Because a company will not finance all the project by itself. They need to attract allies to complement all these links of the chain. So logically, it will make a study to see if it's feasible economically to the availability and capacity of the plant for whom they will sell from 6 months to 1 year. And it's a whole study that gave stability to companies to incentivize that investment. From that cost of the green energy is the cost of the renewable electricity. That's the second point. So we have that the investor will evaluate the infrastructure of the region, of the country, of the transmission of electricity. Of water. When we speak about this, we speak about reutilizing from the region that want to produce green renewable and they don't have a water treatment or don't have a line for supply. So hydrogen is a flag that will attract other investment sectors that are endemic to places or countries that want to produce green energy, but they don't have water treatment like Brazil, the case of Africa. So when we will attract these investors, and so they will also import hydrogen. They will, the way they're going to import the port of Rotterdam, they are preparing themselves to receive all the types of shipments for hydrogen. So they're implementing terminals that will receive methanol, ammonia, kerosene, and they will utilize those products. And they will place hydrogen in a place to be produced for other countries in Europe. When we speak about promoting demand, we are not talking about only these products at the end of the chain of renewable energy. We are talking about components, the equipment, the machinery of each one of those links, and the challenge, ladies and gentlemen, as I said to Elvia, is to calculate the contribution for Brazilian GDP for a hydrogen sector. It's an addition, correct? So we will add all of the renewable energy sectors. We will add all the sectors for the sector of hydrogen production, storage, and distribution. So when we speak about hydrogen storage, the biggest challenge is not to have tanks for hydrogen in Brazil. So we have companies of natural gas tanks, of reservoirs, but there are 4 companies in the world that produce reservoirs for hydrogen, mainly in China. Why not attract those investors to Brazil? Why not attract new investors? So here I will go into the national industry. For me, neo-industrialization means is for us to look into the industry that it's already installed in the country. Okay, I like to make a point here, members of the council. How many of these companies are installed from the global council are installed in Brazil? 95% are installed in Brazil, are located in Brazil. So I see founders from Germany, 50% of those companies are in Brazil. The state where I live in Germany, all that sector for fuels, there's a catalog. There is a 50% of those companies, manufacturers of systems and machines, they have companies in Brazil. So Brazil already have a big industry, but why are they not producing these components of these machines in Brazil? Because the Brazilian industry has an historical thought of saying, no, I will produce if there is a market. But in my vision is that we need to produce independently from the market because the global market, it's already huge. Nobody is taking care of that global market. Who is taking care of that global market is China. In Europe, we had a big amount of capacity of electrolysis that was announced in 200. I'm asking, who will supply that for them? 30%. It's still in an implementation phase. And where will this be produced? In the whole world. The countries will fight for those lines of production. So Brazil needs to look into that, to look into the taxes for the electrolyzers. No component that can be that has been manufactured in Brazil. We need to modernize the production, like has been mentioned, of those equipments in Brazil. So I think I will say this in a temporary way that doesn't exist when we do something temporarily. We start killing our own national industry to make vehicles electric. But please do not take that out from the import industry. Call into the national car parts that you need to produce, starting from the battery to all the components in Brazil. Brazil has the industry, has the industrial park, and it's not necessary to look if we can supply or not to the market. That's what China does. That's what they are doing. With countries in Europe, because Brazil cannot be the host of a line of production. For example, in Minas Gerais, they discovered lithium. So I spoke to the people, please, in Minas Gerais, please don't sell that lithium for the global market. And please don't try to attract a Tesla to come to Minas Gerais. To call into the company for batteries, we have lithium here, and I would like for you to install a factory for lithium batteries production, just like for solar batteries, is to call the electrolyzer company. We have 3 companies, 2 of them mostly in the world. It's just a matter of calling and asking, what do you need in order to put together a new line, not only to supply national market, but the whole Latin America, for the global market, for those 200 giga that were announced. So doing all this in all the links in the chain, we go through water supply, of hydrogen storage, all the logistical sector, all the modalities for transportation from hydro to land, maritime. So there, it's not valid to transport green hydrogen with a diesel truck, right? So we need to promote that demand of fossil fuels and this industry. It's also possible to decarbonize. That's what we need to promote. That's what we're doing in the whole world. And I will finalize with an example, the steel.
To be able to use a green supply, they will see the carbon print when we follow that carbon footprint. We're not motivating the industry because they should have a decarbonization plan and using renewables. So a company, a big company, a big steel company from Germany is supplying for the 4 big automakers. And to use hydrogen, we need to build up with new technology a new factory, RI technology, to utilize 100% hydrogen. And after 2 years of studies and testing, they decided to substitute all 4 GNI cars, beginning with 1 in 2026, and that's going to cost, each substitution, it's going to cost 3 trillion euros each one. But they told me, Monica, even though it's still worth it, because if I am building up manufacturing green steel, I'm selling it to my customers, which, for example, that's the renewable energy sector. The more green steel I'm producing, the more renewable energy I'm using, and I'm making grow my customers' market. So this is becoming a circular economy, given the production that is incentivized renewable energies, and all of those which are connected to this chain. I said there are new full sectors attached to the chain. Something important is a green product. You are creating demand so that you can start using the generation of renewable energy up until the very last link in the chain. But it could also be the first one to be incentivized. So I believe that's what makes the project feasible. And also on the regulatory side of the investment, in Brazil, everything that has Brazil done for the renewable energy sector was also mentioned, and everything that they have done for the biofuel sector is useful for the hydrogen sector as well. So all we have to do is introduce the financing lines of all programs for 2030. You have to place the hydrogen there in black and white, because the market needs a signal. Hydrogen makes a part of, it must be a main topic when the government says to reindustrialize in Brazil. Hydrogen cannot be an off comment. It must be one of the main topics, because it encompasses every sector in the economy. It may represent a lot on, it can affect the GDP growth for the country. And in closing, Chile has a program that developing countries have budgets to co-finance manufacturing plants like European Union and other countries in the world, but developing countries can capture international funding, and this is the right moment to get international capital to promote the sector of renewable hydrogen and transfer this also for feasibility studies, which are expensive by themselves, and maybe you have the innovation and research, and within this area of innovation, there is a need. We have a lot of very good funds to promote this research and innovation, but we need a lot for the basic university infrastructure, financing for reference points, basically these centers. the basic installation of the facilities, of the buildings. Sorry if I overextended myself. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. I believe we're going to close the panel, thinking in everything that we have discussed, how then this chain of wind, solar, which basically the secondary energy derived from solar. So we must have and use that green potential and export products manufactured with green energy. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Elvia, Rodrigo. Hopefully, I'll be able to continue talking about this on these 7 years that we have to reindustrialize this country based on green renewables. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, everyone. I invite you to please go back to your seat so we can continue with the following panel. We thank everyone who is online with us during this conference of Powershoring and the green neo-industrialization in Brazil. The third panel, experiences and international cooperation. What are the policy actions for foreign trade and investment agreements that are necessary to enable and protect the interests of relocation and power sharing and green neo-industrialization in Brazil? I'd like to invite the moderator, special advisor to the BNB presidency, Mr. Ever Chavez. I also invite participants, Natalia Diaz, Director of Capital Markets and Sustainable Finance at BNDES, Marcelo Dos Santos, Senior Executive of the Private Sector for CAF, Philip Fox Drummond, Director of the Department of Economic, Financial and Services of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Leanne Freitas, Ela Impacta, founder and chair of ENRO. Right now, I'll pass the floor to our moderator, Everton Chavez. He will conduct this panel. Good morning, everyone. This is the noontime mark, but we can still wish you good morning. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to this panel, to our big friend and thinker and the CAF president, Jorge Bash. And on his behalf, I thank the rest of the institutions who are participating and have participated for the organization of this event. Panel number 3 has the participation of these presenters here on stage, which will help on this particular topic that we touch base on these ideas of power sharing related to this strategy for a neo-industrialization that we think or we envision as a green neo-industrialization. Now, the idea of this panel is to bring an international flavor, international environment, how international agreements and international experiences may help us to attract this investment towards Brazil within the perspectives of power sharing. On that topic, without any further ado, because our time is short, and I will even ask beforehand all the panelists to please be brief and concise during your interventions. And I would like to ask Natalia on attracting investment to Brazil within this context of power sharing. Natalia? Why, thank you. Welcome, everyone, and it is a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank CAF for holding this event and allowing BNDES be part of this important discussion. BNDES and CNI for receiving us and for organizing this. I'd like to say hello to all my colleagues. Okay, when we're talking about international scenario, we have to think in terms of developed countries. They committed themselves for 100 billion annual investment for the climate action of emerging nations. However, that money didn't reach. And every time we can see the growing expectation as to how much we really need in order to fulfill the 2030 agenda and comply with Paris. On average, we arrive $500 million only, but the Climate Politics Initiative estimated that we should be investing $4.3 trillion per year until the end of the decade to achieve those targets. To be able to move forward with the agenda, we have to rethink on the role of the development banks in this context and how we can move forward in the agenda. Sometimes we forget that we never had so much liquidity. We have a stock of resources of 350 trillion. So how can we accelerate the rhythm to catalyze this liquidity and fusion it to the projects we discussed this morning with so much authority? So in global forums, to attract this perspective, we should talk, or we must talk about the revision of the multilateral system, how the multilateral banks can help and create products to diminish systemic risk of the countries, and how we can help those who are the least developed countries, which are the ones who are going to be more impacted through climate change, so that we can have a fair transition. In that sense, what's missing from the equation is the role of the middle-income countries like Brazil, which has a big potential, be it by their biodiversity stock, on the competitiveness we have in renewable energies, to be part of this solution and be part of this discussion. Within this context, power shoring is a mechanism, and I couldn't agree more with Rafael when he said this is our opportunity. In fact, helping developing countries, it's also an environmental compliance, because when productivity is transferred to a country with cleaner energy, we're actually helping that country reaches their decarbonization targets, and also to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. And on the other hand, we're also working on a very good investment by promoting economic growth in countries, middle-income countries like Brazil, and that will make a fair transition feasible. What have we done in that sense? It's always good to remember the important role of the public development banks. These public banks like BNDES, BNB also, are supporting in 3 pillars. We are the speakers for these public policies, where we're basing our actions to have a new pact, a ecological traceability plan, define policies from CNI. All of these BNTS actions are articulated to be able to deliver these 3 plans, which are being managed by the government. The second important aspect is that the development banks know how to measure the impact. I love to say that the development bank, the first climate department at BNDES, was created after Rio 1992. Now we have 56% of our portfolio applied to social green projects, and the first semester, 97%, 87% of our disbursements were linked to the SDGs from the UN. So the Brazilian society defends this development bank as the mechanism that makes feasible the induction of the public sector into public policy and do this crowding for the private sector. I am going to get to the public-private partnerships, PPPs, from the BNDES. I can say what we have done, but I'd like to point out the international insertion that President Lula opened by retaking the role of Brazil into the international arena. It helped a lot with financing from multilateral agencies and other development banks, which have been the main external financing sources for BNDES. We have already captured approximately for this year $2 million of new lines with new alliances like China Development Bank or older ones like the IDB. But we have a big pipeline of $6 million with CAF. They have helped out a lot with JICA also, because they understand the opportunity, the moment where Brazil is going with competitive resources to make this agenda feasible for this transition of decarbonization. This has been a great source, but we need more. As I said, the figures, the challenges are big. And in that sense, another important point when we want to talk about this debate is that there is no competition of resources between BNDES and the capital markets. There was a study that I hope you have access to it from the bank, where we already went through those elements in which we justified with data and along general guidelines. What we have in Brazil is a banking credit market. From the point of view of volume, it has evolve, but it doesn't go into the long term. And we have nowadays a capital structure market that is financing more traditional sectors. For example, energy is self-financing, but we have been called to provide support for the larger emissions in the sanitation sector. BNDES participated in those two emissions. But that doesn't mean that BNDES is better or worse than the market. We just need to understand that the role of the public bank is to diminish the risk and to fill those gaps from the market where there is no appetite or no depth, and working in tandem with other entities to leverage that financing. I talk about debt, what we have to do to broaden that debt market, the access to the small and medium enterprises on the one hand, where we are. Another point of attention, Brazil is one of the very few countries in the world that finances infrastructure in the long place with venture incentives. And this is not how everything is financed in the world, but the public debate should be how to leverage 3 billion reales in the pension funds, which are investors who have very long-term range goals, and be able to finance these projects. And from the risk capital point of view, BNDES has a visible position on the other point of the market. We have a 60 billion investment portfolio in reales, listed agencies with closed capital, and we have alliances with the private sector, with funds, private or adventure. They are coming into these embryonic stages of development. And we are promoting the participation of these companies, especially innovation companies. And we are in funds that have evolved throughout time in BNDES. Initially 80% participation. Now we are falling under 40% because the idea is to promote and to guide that market so that it can then be absorbed. So we need to broaden our participation. And not to extend my time, we have seen another link that can help in that market is how we think of reforms. Micro capital markets to avoid regulatory discretion, and how we do increase the market of green bonds or green financial titles. We're talking about 8 trillion market. In Brazil, we only have 90 billion, and we have a very incipient market, and we have issuers in the local market, and BNDES is a pioneer. It issued bonds and green letters of credit, and we are double checking how we can bring new issuers into the market and to promote also a market that will help Brazil in the right path, which is the financing of all those sectors of opportunities that we have been discussing throughout today's morning. Thank you, Natalia. Even though the panel has a focus in the international market, Natalia brought an interesting point on the institutional investments, 3 trillion reals in pension funds that can be located in that movement of green neo-industrialization. And she also mentioned the role of the public bank and of the multilateral bank. There we invite Marcelo to talk a little bit about the role and the issuance of financial instruments in abroad. Thank you, Everton. Good afternoon, everyone. All my colleagues present here with me today. Like Natalia said, the role, the international investor looks at some elements when he wants to position certain resources and creating portfolios or searching for new portfolios. The agenda where we consider power sharing that has a lot of attributes that could help attracting this international resource, be it in a direct way or attracting new plants or factories, or investors can place new factory facilities to position new green products here in Brazil, or it could be on the side of the capital markets where you have an already established company here and they want to improve their capacity or their supply chain. And the capital market has a natural appetite, as Natalia mentioned, of that international liquidity. And that makes that search of places that offer those attractive points work. Another interesting point, when we see at the geography, we have to place some elements into consideration, like natural events, this race towards decarbonization. This makes the agenda to reposition, and this could attract positions on when you are going to issue sustainable green commercial paper or bonds, and these emissions, when they are placing $500 million to $1 billion, they have a demand up to 3 times more than regular funds. And the multilateral role, as Natalia said, from the local development bank, the multilateral role is to complement. We have a vision of that geography between CAF and the IDB are trying to cover some failings and are also trying to do the down-risking of some issuance in the capital markets. CAF, how can it help? And the multilateral can help. Sometimes the rate could be AA or better, so that these emissions can be more attractive and cheaper for the issuer. When we do this, we can apply this rating to that issuance, and sometimes it reaches an investment grade, Once it reaches that investment grade score, it will be in certain exchanges that before below investment grade would not allow them to reach those higher markets. And by establishing this minimum condition, CAF is ready to help, and multilateral banks are also prepared to help in this new industrialization that we need so much in the region, because this is going to impact the economic development. So we're very happy and prepared so that effectively we can support the emission. Initially, it was new plants that are going to produce the new goods, the new green goods that the population are going to consume in the future. Thank you, Marcelo. It's very interesting when you're talking about the attraction. The commercial point here is very interesting because power sharing is a win-win strategy. So I'd like to hear from Philip so he can talk to us a little bit about the commercial agreements, the investment agreements that may create this favorable environment for power shoring, this neo-industrialization movement that could be a kickoff or an important driver to put Brazil in the economy recovery path. Thank you, Everton, and I'd like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel. We can talk about this point of commercial agreements, cooperation agreements, from three different points of view: a financial angle, a commercial angle, and the investment angle. On the point of the financial area, Natalia and Marcelo already provided a very broad exposition, so I'm going to concentrate on the other two topics, which are the commercial and investment. And to begin, I'm going to take the last phrase, which was from the last panel, on the importance of identifying and intensifying the production chain and export the new green produced goods. How can we foster this environment to be agreeable to this type of actions, facilitating investments and integrating the production chains? Let me begin with the commercial or trade side. It's important to have a strong commercial agreement to be able to attract this attraction of companies. You can offer supplies to create more markets abroad.
They should be seen in a coordinated way. And the government committee, we try to do this in a way that you will have actions that will make sense with the global strategies. In the commercial part, the great challenge that we have is to establish priorities. It could seem obvious, right? But it's hard sometimes. Even because, as you may know, we don't negotiate by ourselves. We negotiate with Mercosur, and we need to make a previous negotiation among the four so we can then verify which could be our main targets or objectives. Last month, The temporary presidency started in Mercosur in Brazil. We need to verify which is the best way to utilize that second semester in a way that is more efficient and look for that synergy in the agreements and finalize other agreements that are being negotiated and are pending. So we reached the conclusion that we should concentrate ourselves in three main processes. The process with the European Union that had been discussed with EFTA, with other four countries of the European Free Trade Area, Ireland, Sweden, and the process with Singapore. So why these three? Because of the fact that they are in an advanced phase in negotiation, and in some cases, some pre-agreements have been signed, and we only need to finalize some aspects and the legal jurisdiction. So starting with the European Union, we had, in terms of process, an ample discussion coordinated with the Civil House from March to April to verify what these final steps would be to sign these agreements. So this has been a long process. You might remember that in March, the Europeans decided letter with environmental points to make it part of that negotiation package. So we are in a process of elaboration of a counter offer. The side letter of the text, it was presented, and we developed that with other points from sustainable. So it's environmental, social, and economical. These aspects that we're looking to put into paper. That text, after being approved by the ministries, it was sent to Mercosur, and the associates are finalizing the analysis. According to European Union, it's fundamental, the neoindustrialization topics and Powershoring, because these are countries that are very linked to this type of things, and there is a synergy among these two areas, European and Mercosur, and facilitates a lot this thought of production chain in these two areas. So we are in that phase. The second aspect that always also have a strong impact is the agreement with countries that are strong. At least two of them are investors, Sweden and Norway. They're countries from the environmental issue of sustainable movement. There exists a big concern, and we were also looking to verify if it's possible to conclude this process quickly. So the third aspect is with Singapore, but also it's a very advanced. We practically closed most of the topics last year, and we need to make some adjustments to conclude. The fact that we are working on the street does not mean that the others or other negotiators and we are against each other. So that investment aspect as well, we have a series of negotiations of investment in the model ACFI to facilitate the investment, 14 more Mercosur, and we are looking to intensify that. So we'd like to have that investment security for new industrialization and powering. But the OMC recently created an agreement to facilitate the investment, and many of the articles from the Word of Brazil appears a lot with our agreements. And this is another positive aspect. So the combination of commercial investment and the investment in a coordinated way can facilitate a lot the conditions for a success in the Powershoring initiatives and industrialization. Thank you very much. Thank you, Philip. Philip spoke a very interesting topic, the launching of productive change in the long term that promote the competitive advantage of those chains is energy. So the more environmental compliance is requested and arises as an important factor for clean energy production or generation, it becomes a very important factor. Of course, that it does need to have the environmental clean energy factor, but it needs to be low cost energy. We need to have efficiency. And Philip also said a very interesting thing about the negotiations with Europe, demonstrating that Europe is one of the regional centers which is more sensitive to the decarbonization and clean energy issues, and is seen like a blended science, which is a movement, a very interesting one that arises through the development banks that are using very strongly. And to speak about this, I would like you to speak about this defiance. I would like to thank the conversation with the panel. I'll try to complement. Good morning, everyone. I think this is a very important topic because blended finance arises as a strategy for investment, like the financing for a fair transition, which is promoted by ODS. We are talking about a strategy that will result in sustainable solutions and that can sustain transition processes, but it needs to promote fair and green economy. So it's a very structured method. And when we bring the mechanism in line with the SDGs, and when we speak about the challenge to bring an economy of that caliber, where we're talking about like Powershoring, to be able to push it forward, to install it, and be able to install one of these economical structures, we need to resources and a scale of financing. So the order of this scale is to combine the sources of resources extremely heterogeneous. So we're talking about different publics, private, institutional resources. So this challenge needs to be treated not only as a tendency, but as many solutions are being allocated and trying to understand, starting from those solutions that these are means, and they go through short-term solutions and through titles that go towards more structured solutions, which are the platforms. And why do we need that? I would like to combine that challenge with the challenge that of the interest of international investment in Brazil. So we need to talk about all the time. We're talking about attracting international capital. and I've been talking a lot about the transition for a fair green economic. And what I have seen in this discussion is not really the contrary, but a very strong interest in that which Brazil can produce and for it to be financed. So Natalia brought a challenge of that flow of the channel. How can we do that alignment? So also to change the perception of the offer that Brazil possibly can make, but what is the position of Brazil in that round table? This is what we want to live for the end. Let's understand a little bit more about blended finance. That looks into the capacity of generating an investment pipeline that will combine four dimensions. When we speak about green fair transition, we're talking about a dimension, a new chain of productive value. And if the energy has an important role, central role, the measure we need to implement, it's fundamental to recognize the richness associated to the GDP. Therefore, with the effort to finance that chain, we have many routes for that. And for offshoring. And offshoring, it's for sure a path that will promote this not only in the long run, and we cannot stop seeing the biomass bio route. Brazil is critical for that route. They are not separated, so it is important because we can help in that sense, along with the financing a value chain. We spoke about many phenomena. We're talking about localization and distribution of these resources. And that is a specific point. We cannot work on a neo industry that will not bring any more that bilateral aspect, and it's important to recognize that we have an equity economy and of low carbon. This has its own routes as well. We know all these routes. We know how to finance in order for all that chain that is necessary. The technology routes also them are associated. They don't they are not born without this new technology routes. It also brings the neo territory as well. We need to localize, understand that we need to do the combination of those financings with a territorial outlook. Therefore, Brazil makes a difference. It would be the country with a more potency in those change, the energy change, all the change, decarbonization. We won't forget biomass as well. Again, I hope that we will also make a lot of emphasis in our closing of this event. So we have a chain of technology that is absolutely different and recognized. We don't have anything else to discuss about this. The thing is, the question is how to finance it and how can we give continuity to that. Brazil has an immense capacity to show the world the best way to not produce inequality and be able to produce equity and the space and equality in the round tables where decisions are made, given more equality to Brazil. So in this framework, to see how can I attract this investment to the private volume, we had a transitional index of 60 trillion for the economy, and we know that we need much less around 7 trillion to generate the whole economy, the new energetical economy that can be fair. So I'm talking about 10% of what has been proposed to make it transactional. So when we look into the risky, we spoke a lot about that, and this is something that we look into call on time. We cannot forget that the financing also needs to be rising for all of the reasons that we already know and the demand that we already have. In this sense, we have an important challenge. All the challenge based on blended finances are looking into isolated solutions. Now the outlook is starting from this year. How can we put together these solutions and how can we establish what we call a platform of commitment investment? We need to commit many types so we can really reach the power shoring, promoting the correct timing from the beginning to the moment where it needs to escalate. So we have many solutions there for facility and platform. So I would like to bring three important discussions inside of the blended. How can we strengthen the position of value chains of development that are naturally institutions, totally of development that promote this development that also acts as a medium for the resources, both public and private, in a way that's already consolidated. So this is an important point. So the mechanisms for blended nowadays look into that structuring role of the value chain in the sense of strengthening and complementing, and also the acceleration to bring guarantees that can be more sovereign, but that will not replace, but will attract more resources that we're also looking into. How can we bring the resources for offset, not only for carbon, but also for fossil industries, so they will participate as well, financing as well. We have solutions in that sense, and this is important to know. The third resource that we were talking about, a resource to develop new markets that we have seen in other expositions when we participate when we receive the participation that's been developed, also of the structuring, then blended comes bringing a more safe environment. This innovation and finance environment, not only in vehicles, but also in the composition and cooperation of financing. This operations combining these resources, the blended brings this philanthropic resources combined with the commercial ones, and we must understand that the philanthropists have a public objective, so it's not distinguished from the nature of public resources, and being combined correctly, there is an equation for that. Each resource of philanthropic resource can help in the financing aspect up to 10 times. And that's when we get back the tributes that we're opening in the beginning. So it's a way to incentivize. That's how it should be understood, walked along and taken seriously. There are many vehicles that work with that, and even the bonds. These were the examples. There is a challenge this year, which is very important. The sovereign funds are being put in together in an assembly this year to discuss how they will treat with the investment in Latin America to understand the offshore without losing that it will not be against nearshoring. On the contrary, like the offshore comes strong on this part, there is a challenge to understand the power shore being the industry that can support and unlock all the resources and finance of the transitions of the new green and fair economies. It's a good challenge for Brazil to take upon, right? To take advantage of this roundtable, which is a key point. So we can work with the resources for the funds for pension in the long run in Brazil, but also so we can work with international resources demonstrating this thesis, right, that we have mentioned here that there is no doubt that Brazil is the best offshore option for this to happen, the green economy. Thank you very much. Thank you. And you brought up very important concepts, many very important concepts. It's very interesting to understand that there is not a neo-industrialization, green neo-industrialization, if there is no distribution with equality, with the regional localization, which could be inclusive. Since we are already over time, we had a round with this great group. We should put together another debate, right? And with this, I will close this panel. I will also ask you to do your last considerations. So at the end, I can do a synthesis of our panel for the public that are here and also the ones that are away. Well, I will start by saying that we spoke a lot during the morning about opportunity, and we also spoke about how we are at a moment where we see the comparative advantages in Brazil, but we have a short window that will compete in an international scenario to transform these comparative advantages into competitive advantages. And we say this with a lot of enthusiasm right now. I think this is the first time we see this in the government. We have 17 secretaries and different ministries trying to put together this transition, energetic transition, decarbonization, generating public policies. This is a commitment of the government with the public, and it's very important to think about how we will apply the resources. It's how to channel those alternative sources, like in the panel we spoke here, not only how to diversify the sources and take advantage of the resources, may there be offset sovereign funds, multilateral, or the great financing for restructuring of pension funds out there, but also how can we have an outlook, a broad outlook to help us in this transition. And in fact, we have a unique opportunity where Brazil could be the first country to become net zero. And here our emissions are based in agriculture part, and we have taken measures in that sense. We have this comparative measure, so we need to really work and coordinate. And the government has been doing its role in the regulatory frameworks, and we are here to have this debate, right, of how and we enter in the public and private sector, not only in pushing forward this agenda. I really thank you all for this opportunity. Only to sum up a little bit what we already spoke, I think many words catch our attention. We have the opportunity to coordinate the public-private coordination. These are comparative advantages for them to become competitive advantages. And at the end of the day, it's a race to see who will lead or initiate or who would be at the head of the production of manufacture green goods. We should think way beyond the commodities where we see the production. For example, this first chain in the green post production, hydrogen, but how to transform all this in a reality in new products with green cellulose. And this only to speak a little bit about the intensely green industries. But then afterwards, there's a second wave, which is to produce the goods that we already have the potential for production, a car, a chair, etc., that could be consumed here in Brazil or exported already with that energy chip, with all these attributes that we already have directed towards export. So Brazil can position itself ahead within that short window, and we should take advantage of that public-private association so we can really be. It's very important to really be able to take advantage of the situation. Thank you very much, and go through with this agenda. Well, I can't deny the window of opportunities. I think that is our consensus. I think this appears in many contexts. We were in Belen, for example, last year, and it's impressive the enthusiasm that all the actors, civil society saw these possibilities of economical that the context brings, right? And a point which is very important in the message that we should pass through, and something that the government has tried to insist on in many international forums, is the notion that the development points to take advantage of those windows should be done in a holistic ways. And not only in the environmental aspect, we have the environmental, social, and economical. Those are the pillars of the sustainable development. And Brazil has always, in the UN or other international organisms and bilateral discussions and regional discussions, always Brazil tries to insist on that point. And this is fundamental. You cannot simply look one of the three pillars and leave the other two, social and economical, out. No, because they're very important. So to take advantage of this window and to take advantage of it in a holistic way. Thank you very much. Okay, I will highlight a few points that are very important in the regulatory part. This is critical. And I think Rollenberg said that we have opportunities not only by the end of this year, but for COP 28, but for COP 30 to give a clear message in the sense of bringing in aspect of social, of legal security. So we can have investment in Brazil. It's very relevant for the legislation in Brazil with the international. They must be combined. There are many factors to influence, and I am sure that the new presidency of Brazil in G20 is considering to. It's very important in this critical year, 2024, on the head of G20 to this financial central bank, all these institutions to bring a message, not only a message, but the clear, concrete case that the regulatory policies can work. This is how it works. They are not. They don't give a discourse. They don't want discourses. They want facts. So the regulations can recognize the necessity of a new structure. So I think that aspect is very important. The internal governance, the coordination part was very highlighted. I also want to highlight the coordination that I am seeing for the first time from the development banks in this regard, that the banks are a chain of value per se. And this is something that the world is starting to look to see. last week it started with the challenge in Amazon, trying to bring that coordination for this type of environment of power shoring. You don't have an idea of the positive repercussion international that this movement. There was an agreement made in 2019 between multinational banks and UN, so we could stimulate coalitions of this type. Since 2019 until now, we don't have a concrete fact. The first concrete fact was last week in the Amazon, and this is very interesting that coordination internal and internationally on the occupation of governance and in positioning Brazil as a leader in the south of this new discussion of decolonization of the capital.
Well, I would like to end up the panel by saying some words on comparative and competitive advantages. Comparative is the advantage that has the characteristics and initial traits to become competitive, but the competitive advantages, you can build them up. I would like to leave an example, what happened in Brazil's Northeast region, and the Nordeste Bank, where I come from, had an important role. At the end of the 1990s, there was a big blackout in the Northeast. I don't know if you remember that situation. 20 years later, the Northeast is the largest wind and solar energy producer and in the world in those points. So that's a competitive advantage that we built. We who? The Brazilian society, government, and private sector. And that's another aspect which is relevant. We're not going to build up a future by looking the clean energy neo-industrialization if we don't have an alliance with both government and private sector. The private sector is the entrepreneurial spark that we need to undergo that energy transition and transform Brazil. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Everton. And thank you. We'll see you in the next discussion. Thank you, Everton, for moderating. We appreciate all the participants' enrichment with their presentations. You can please go back to the public and we can continue with the power sharing and the green new industrialization event here. Please go back to your seats that we can continue with the conference. Now, the fourth panel with the topic, what are the bottlenecks that policymakers need to address to accelerate power sharing and green neo-industrialization? We invite up to the stage our moderator. She is the Director of Industrial Development and Economy of the CNI, Litha Spindola, accompanied by Luis Mosquera, Legal Vice President of Government Relations and Sustainability of Siemens, Eduardo Satini, of CEO of ENGIE Brazil, Luis Biga of President of the Board of Green Hydrogen. At this moment, we'll pass the floor to our moderator, Lita. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are slightly behind schedule, so let's begin. This should be a short panel because of time issues. So I wanted to highlight the importance of that vision, the new modern vision of decarbonization and the demands of environmental compliance. And sustainable production. Brazil has a unique opportunity. We have a big issue to face, a regulation. The green reindustrialization that Brazil needs. To attract investment. How can we move forward in these diverse solutions, these different proposals that have been provided already, and that we take advantage of all the comments and all the data that you have placed here, and objectively, we will have more during this panel of the private sector of industrialization in Brazil. We're going to begin with Dr. Luis Mosquera. We have a proposal to modernize the country, integration of renewable energies. You have the development of technologies that improve energy technology of operations and procedures. We know this commitment of this net zero strategy of operations up until 2030 with the reduction of a 20% decrease in the supply chain. And we'd like to hear which are the main bottlenecks of investments here in Brazil. Thank you, Lita, and good afternoon, everyone present here today, and those who are connected through the different streaming platforms. It's difficult to talk about just numbers because there are many different points that I thought of sharing with you today. And I believe there is a convergence of thinking power sharing has a public policy. And it's going to bring together speaking of Siemens, they ask, what do we see out of that bottleneck? They transition, Brazil needs 3 basic points: macroeconomic and political stability and legal security that's needed for investments would attract foreigners to bring money into the country. So those 3 points, Brazil is a democratic country. They have macroeconomic political stability. So we need to accelerate that transition. And this Green Pact, we have an excellent strategy to go under that transition. There are other issues that we need to adopt to free up all the potential that Brazil has. The first point is related to connectivity. In that sense, we're talking of industry productivity, and that comes hand in hand with digitalization tools to achieve efficiency in industry and to have a more sustainable country. What's going on with those tools? We not only are going to have these tools to fully take advantage in Brazil when we have connectivity for the whole of Brazil. Brazil is huge. I'm not talking about 5G coverage in the Paulista area, but I'm talking the whole of Brazil. Then we're going to be able to explore the potential of digitalization. The second point is technological education. We need qualified labor force. We need to bring technological education to the workers to effect this technology transition. We are living in the middle of this digital transition, and we need to guarantee that the workers are going to be hand in hand with us. So we need to work on their education and training. The third point, and that's very important, to explore the full potential is also to bring the small and medium enterprises. They have the knowledge of the importance of digitalization. They're going to embrace these sustainability tools. SMEs, maybe not so more. I'm a lawyer by training, and I work in the compliance department. And I am doing a parallel now with what happened 20 years ago with the importance of the SMEs to build up compliance programs. I heard a lot of people talking in the back that this is a cost, not an investment. But you know what? If you don't invest, you won't be able to find with whom to do business. And 20 years later, even an SME company, it's difficult that they don't know or have this compliance issue tied up. I see this also with digitalization. Some companies are not taking the advantage of a lot of tools that we have. Sometimes they don't even know the benefits that they may have or acquire from these tools. BNDES and others should bring the word to these SMEs. And the fourth point, we need to accelerate to provide Brazil through potential is cyber capacity. We have a lot of individuals and companies and platforms and company connected. So the risk goes up. So we need to guarantee the regulatory part of data in general sense. I believe those are the main bottlenecks that we have to face so that we can explore or free up the full potential for Brazil to undergo into this transition. I see that Siemens Brazil acquire a demand growth of the goods produced in Brazil. So your final words, I'd like you to comment, please, a little bit on that. The investment needs a headquarters to be able to bring new investments into Brazil. It also depends on reference planning, signaling to the government, and that was emphasized in the previous panel. But I'd like to take advantage also on your final words, explaining what happened and why Brazil was naturally chosen, let's call it that, to provide an additional parcel of demanded goods from the corporate group that maybe because of frustration with the supply from other countries. So we'll move on to Eduardo Satamini, ENGIE Brazil. This is an energy infrastructure company talking about generation, transmission, and trading of energy, and also transportation of natural gas, and the largest private producer of 100% renewable energy in the country, using renewable sources like hydroelectric power, wind, photovoltaic, biomass, and small hydroelectric plants. Eduardo, we want to hear from you. Thank you, Lita. Thank you so much for being here with us in this panel. We are demanding gender diversity in every panel in which we have participated. Thank you to all the colleagues present here. I'd like to thank the relevant invitation. And for this good initiative. So I congratulate you on this initiative. In our speakers, we have great opportunities to position. We have cheap electricity. We'll talk about that later. We have technology, we have democracy. And for that effect, to have that success, we have a fundamental element, the health of the electrical sector. And to that effect, sectorial policies need to be assessed in tandem with the better education for the country. We are a country of cheap energy, but the rates are expensive because we have that custom of placing the electricity rate, apply every benefit, subsidy, and public policy that should not be in the electricity bill, but maybe in the Treasury Department budget. In our rate, for many years, we have bundled up a lot of subsidies. Some of these are very interesting that brought us interesting issues, and others not so much. And this is the micro subsidy and for generation subsidy that was touched upon two panels back with solar. And this subsidy grows in the country and it disrupts centralized energy. Its cost is over half of it is the generation, the production. Basically, they're taking money from the poor to put it into the rich people pockets because you could have a solar park or a wind park in a farm and they are producing energy, and the person that gets the energy in an apartment, in a nice apartment, is going to redistribute it. So that person makes more money, and the person who was producing it in the farm has less money. And basically, it's like the rich robbing the poor. This year, this is going to be 10 billion reales. Last year was 5. So the possibility of doubling this by 2024 in an account that is being left behind so that the consumers of power pay for it so that they can pay for low energy cost. Besides these intermittent energies, they also need additional sources. That is, we need that it is present. So we need to look into diminishing the subsidies from the consumer and to assess properly all the technologies in our power grid. I'm going to talk about the reclamation of GD. We have to verify what can we do in situations. Today, we have an excess of offers in this industry of 20%. The contracting price at half of it. For the need of developing another solar project. And with that, the industry is becoming unsustainable. We don't see consolidation to see new investments in the following 5 years. And the full investment done already that been added for 20 years in our value chain is becoming below the bar. Like this person who closed their factory beginning in July, they still have some machinery to deliver to us because we are a big investor in centralized energy and renewables. And 6 months to a year back, another factory closed, the only eolic or wind plant that's part of the network that has been on for some years with some products too. And we're losing all their investment and the capacity we created. I like to call the attention also to look at the energetic policy. And if we really want a true power sharing, that we have to pay attention to the energy industry. One of the elements that we can go, some paths we can take is not to offer subsidies to benefit a particular group against other groups, but we need to strengthen the total coverage in the market for the benefit of every consumer, because right now this generation is benefiting only the investor of those solar parks and clean energy for our neighboring countries, and to stimulate charges for the international market, the strengthening of our industry based on competitive energy cost, so that we can increase the demand of electricity and we can export hydrogen. Those are the messages that I like to give you. And so you don't think that power shoring is simply a bag of candy, but we really need to look with great detail the sector of in the electric energy generation. Without further ado, I'm going to move on to Luis Viga, because he's representing a company. We know that the state would like to sign an MOU on June 21st to explore hydrogen projects, and that's going to be installed in the Fortescue process, and it's a $6 billion project. Luis, which are the best attractions to mobilize these investments as a company, and which are the challenges you are facing? Thank you for the question. Explain to you that this is a new company. Fortescue is an iron mining company with a national health in finance. It was born in Australia, and it dropped from 20 to 12 million dollars with a drop of mineral prices in 2022. But in the last years, is one of the big shareholders, in 30%, wanted to go into the adventure of green hydrogen when it wasn't a hot topic as it is now. So we traveled the world. We created operations in over 10 countries to see what worked or what did not work and what could be improving in all of those countries. And that provided a lot of knowledge. And we invested in green hydrogen, in technology, and in the consumption of minerals in the critical sectors. So we were talking some of what was discussed in the previous panels, and Fortescue is in that area, and it closes the cycle of mining and renewable energies, hydrogen. So we're basically a company that invests a lot worldwide. We acquire a lot of other companies. I like to talk about that. In Australia, that began with wind and solar, some projects in Brazil, and now we're at a historic moment, taking the best of Brazil, which is our renewable energies and green hydrogen. Not only brings internal demand, which is important, but also external demand. And what you are saying, with a lot of reason, what we have been creating for a lot of years. Congratulations, Elvia and others who created this industry. We began at 50 gigawatts now installed. A lot of good things, and green hydrogen wants to be part of those lessons learned, and we want to absorb this cheaper energy in the world. And when it arrives at the consumer hands, it arrives too expensive. So we have the challenge of generators, because this is short-term investments. We cannot lose sight of making new investments, so that business intelligence is an asset that Brazil has. We're talking about a Brazil of 1 trillion reais in investment. And I see how the world is looking towards Brazil. Everyone is looking not only at Sarah, and now that it's getting out of paper and it's an actual project. So there's a true competition to get out of paper and become a project, getting out of US and European and RDA, and 60 billion are there for grabs. Everybody wants that. We have a strong and pushing industry. It's many studies from Bloomberg are saying that we have the largest solar. It's not me saying it. And now green hydrogen is part of that vector. And it's not only hydrogen. Now you have green industrialization because carbon from countries who need steel, mining, fertilizers. So if we think about our commercial trade balance, what else are we exporting? And minerals. So we're going to be able to add value by producing green hydrogen. You can produce a green fertilizer. We import over 80% of our fertilizers, and actually we can produce in here. We can also begin to start adding value to our minerals. And what happens when we do that? It's only natural then that you would have a neo-industrialization, and you create a network, a chain that in Brazil wasn't there for steel companies, and thinking of green steel also. And then you release some of the mining companies. A lot of mining companies want to add value for economic feasibility. And in agriculture, you protect them from the fluctuations of international markets. We all know what happened with the current war, and the productivity will get there too. It has a particular system, and we have to foster it so that the productivity chain can be part of our equipment. And in closing, what do we need to get out of the paper and become an actual project? We have already paid for over 100 hectares inside the port area. We have leased land. We have the RIMA presented in Ceará, over 1,000 people who are interested in societies and to generate power. And for all of this to jump out of the paper into an actual project, we need legal safety. This was mentioned before. And that's easy. Brazil has a good tradition in this point, a multilateral funding. We need better funding. When from the Treasury, it must come from the climate fund, the bonds, so that we don't transfer. We want demand. We need to inject in the natural gas pipes. Injection would be one of the cheapest in the world, this hydrogen. So this will promote the industry surrounding this. There are many investors. A lot of electric energy companies were interested. Now it's the steel companies, mining companies, fertilizing companies. They want a little bit more on this market. And Brazil right now is in fashion a little bit. So Brazil should pump their chest and say, we are the best in the world. We have economies of scales with hydroelectrics. And now it's $25, $23. And then you add all the charges and it becomes 45. And in that way, it becomes not feasible. And that is creating an issue with the generators. So if you can place that existing energy with new energy, we would have green hydrogen that is more competitive in the world. Neo-industrialization is waiting for a vector, and that vector will be green hydrogen. Thank you so much.
Well, now I will pass the floor to Ciani with the topic of environment and sustainability. David, we know that Powershoring will be able for the market for carbon to mature, and then we will have CNI coordinated discussion with industrial bases and generated a proposal for implementation of that market in Brazil. Could you explain the regular role of carbon and what the industry needs to do to regulate this carbon market? Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor, for the opportunity, and thank you for being here in this panel. I think that in order to speak properly, we need then a little bit more time, right? To be able to go deeper into the carbon market. But in certain way, I will try to recap with a vision and an update of how the discussions are going on and out there in the carbon market. I wanted to say that the carbon market is part of a strategy process from CNE, and also with the through the whole event, it was mentioned the importance of the topic. We're talking about power shoring, but of course, carbon market has a close connection to this topic and was mentioned a lot in the studies, right? And we also spoke about the participation of renewable solar, wind, energy, biomass, extraction of new technologies like green hydrogen to capture carbon as well, to strengthen the national policies for biofuels. In the panels, we're talking about this, but we didn't make enough emphasis in the energetic efficiency that is considered one of the most cheapest energies and has a lot of relevance in the carbon market. We also spoke in the same line about circular economy, which is a topic that can generate credits in this new modality. When we speak about looking into the circular economy as part of the solution, and I have also, it was also spoken about the barriers, the expansion of those entrepreneurships, and we spoke also about in the past about the budget, but we also should see the regulations and the environmental licenses. So these are things that we are a bit slow on that regarding what we need in terms of investments for this type of energies. In the carbon market part, the position would be very clear and objective. What we are defending is a regulated market for carbon. It's not a topic that was defined. The short term is the result of a whole discussion and exploration from the Global Bank, the Ministry of Treasury, which we spoke here in Brazil. We spoke about which would be the best way or path from there. The CNI was with industrial sectors, mainly with energy, and we spoke with comparative internationally. We made a study recently comparing the establishment of those markets in countries like Canada, in European blocs, in markets like Mexico, markets that already internalized those sectors that will be regulated like South Korea, and even smaller markets like the metropolitan region in Tokyo. That study or information helped us to understand the barriers and opportunities, and in that way be able to have a qualitative discussion for the proposal that are adherent to this context inside the National Congress. We made this work with the Congress as well. We spoke a lot about we arrived to a consensus text through a new government. We continued working today with the words of Raul, on the words of Raulenberg. There is a text, there is a column already that speaks about governance methodology towards verification and monitoring and reports that can be also studied by the executive power and the permits as well that bring that interaction as a system, right? So this backbone has already been proposed in the government. Of course, it needs to be adjusted, redirected, but a great part of the text and the path is already been traced to establish a carbon market that is adherent here in Brazil. And this is very important because it is a link with the carbon market through the frontiers with these countries that have a mature market established at the moment of making the adjustments in other blocks or countries, the credits here in Brazil, in that way maintain the resources here in our region. So this is a concise way to present this. This is the status today here in the market in Brazil. Of course, we will work in a certain way to complement other markets and add some offsets with a certain percentage, and we'll create a demand in relation to those carbon credits. That's it. I leave it there. I'll pass the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. We will now give you a minute for a final consideration, but I would like to make certain observations and do a summary from the beginning when we started talking about it was demonstrated that the opportunity that Brazil has, it's in power shoring. We also have a challenge which has to do with the legal structure of taxes, the financing, and we need to face this. And there is also a coherence between the public and private sector, but at the same time, like Nelson Barbosa said, we also have the institutional aspect, the governance, which is our weakest link. And we have many initiatives, plans, all of those center in the point of decarbonization of the energetical transition in the environmental, ecological aspect. And for that to happen is a challenge with the cost of energy. The raise goes into the bills that make them more expensive. We also had these alerts that all of you have spoken about the scalability of the agreements, integration internationally, the creation of opportunities, the importance to raise the demand in Brazil. So there's a provision for the investment, and we must put all these pieces together, right? So it is a challenge that we will face from now on, and it's that to build those policies with the private and public sector together with the common interests and to face those barriers. If the world changes, we also must change our structure, our tax structure, and we also need to adjust so the ecological transition and green neo-industrialization, the power shoring, can be successful in Brazil. So with these words, I thank you all, and I pass the floor to each one of you, starting with Mosquera. Well, final words. I would like to speak about the cooperation between Europe and Brazil, Germany specifically. I work in a German company, and Brazil has a lot of positive things when we speak about transition for a low carbon economy, when we speak about hydrogen, sustainability as well. There are many resources in Europe that are available. We saw this year. We had a series of visits, and the Prime Minister of Germany and the Foreign Affairs Ministry as well, and the President of European Commission came to this building, CNI, and said Europe has millions to invest in green economy in Latin America, and who in Latin America is best positioned to receive those funds? Brazil, without a doubt. So I think the ball is on our side, and we need to work to capitalize these investments. Thank you. I would like to, and expressing my satisfaction to see this movement of power, ensuring the neoindustrialization and this initiative from the government of CNI to see this interest to generate an industry with basis in the renewable energies. It's amazing. And I think we're on the right path, but there is coincidence in the right path. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think my last message, we are with good disposition from the government with we're talking about trillions of dollars in the world, so we need to do public and private alliances. We cannot do this on ourselves. We should all be together for this to happen. We need to have an answer for the world. So we need to be leaders for the industry. We need to have property to do this. Comment with no audio. Well, I will have 30 seconds, right? So we must be proud and say Brazil is the best place in the world to do this. And in relation to the government, which is what I ask for there to be a good disposition, but now we need speed because the United States and Europe already created concrete goals, so we need prevision. So and the faster we put in these goals, also we will have more projects arrive into Brazil. These trillions, they're looking for a place to stay. And in Brazil, if we do this quickly, we can attract that investment here. And the rentals I see with Brazil in the north, with the mining, with the industry. So it's Brazil. We need to be fast. We need to have a clear policy to the end of this year. Well, 2 points only. The first one, the communication, I think it's in favor of our event. We must have an adequate communication with the agenda and thus comparative and competitive advantages from Brazil, both here and domestically and abroad. And the second point is to highlight how to receive that new economy. We need also personnel that is qualified, trained, and sure that we are well positioned in that agenda, right? And working for the future to have that communication and through work. I also wanted to leave an invitation for the next event with CNI on the 12th. It will be the Powershoring, and that transition and energetic agenda will be discussed. And we will do a pre-COP that will be done in Dubai. So I thank you all for your support. Thank you very much. I pass the floor. Well, thank you very much, Lisa. And the next, you can go back to your seats so we can continue with the closing of this conference. I want to thank you all that are here with us and to the people online. We are going now to invite the researcher of advanced studies from USP, which is the climate studies for UFFS and director of the Amazon Through Waves initiative, Carlos Nobre. This would be Amazon Project 4.0. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am a scientist from the climate area and environmental, and I learned a lot today because I learned with all the exposition on the tables about the importance, right, of the power shoring has and the potential that Brazil has with this new neo-industrialization, green neo-industrialization. This is very important. And I will make some comments about what I have learned and some challenges that Brazil has in those areas. I was trying to make a translation of power shoring, and I saw a definition in architecture of shoring, which is a reinforcement where we put pillars to reinforce a wall or a structure that is close to collapse. This is interesting because we are at risk in planet Earth. We are in the worst moment for planet Earth. It's about to break apart. And with that crisis, climate crisis, we don't call it global warming anymore. We already had records in 2022 and 2023. We went through all that. We are all of this thanks to our own actions. This is not something coming out of nature, right? 171,000 people died for the heat waves in Europe, and there are still people that are dying. This is a great challenge that we have, and we can't pass through 5 degrees on the COP meeting. The scientists were talking that we will go from 5.5 because the emission of fossil fuels that represent 70% of the green effect gases, they cannot reproduce this quickly. So to close those emissions until 2050, troubleshooting, then we remove all that gas with technology in the second part of the century. We cannot let this happen. If that happens, if it goes above 2 degrees, of the permafrost will melt, and it will send gas to the atmosphere and methane gas, and all the Amazon will disappear, and we will lose 250 tons and all the diversity that the Amazon has. So this is why this is very important, this power shoring topic, and globally important because Brazil, 18%, has 18% of the burning of fossil fuels. China, United States, 70%. So it's a very global, very difficult global challenge. But like it was demonstrated with us all, Brazil has a great potential. And as the vice president said, Brazil must be the first country to reach net zero. It should not be the first country in the world because Costa Rica is ahead of Brazil, but we are the 4th biggest cause of emissions. So it's important for us to reach net zero. That neo-industrialization has that great potential, even in that quick transition. I would like to speak about a little bit about challenges, mainly about the low investment in the private sector for the technological innovation in the history of Brazil, through the history of Brazil. So when we look applied science to developed countries, 85% of applied science is done by the private sector. In Brazil, the public sector, universities, research, They do basic science and do a lot more applied science than the private sector in Brazil. So I think that this is a challenge that we must overcome. And it is very good that this group, BNDES, Northeast Banks, and EN, others, that get together in alliance, public and private sector, to see this challenge. It's like the COVID vaccine. We must overcome that challenge. We cannot continue to be a country that invests so little in technological advance and expect for everything to come from abroad. And it only affects the numbers. The Center for the Strategic and Innovation many years ago did a study where the doctors, where did the doctors in Brazil go to? It was compared with South Korea, European countries. 85% in South Korea go to the private sector. In Brazil, 15% only. Germany, 55%. So we need to change that part. The private sector in Brazil must really, together with the public sector, invest in innovation to walk towards that direction that you were talking about, but how to work on that, how to go there with constructions in Brazil. So I think that is a challenge. And we have a few examples. 50 and 74, I studied when Israel was, ITA and Embraer was created. It didn't exist when I graduated in 74. Two from my class, 76, were hired by the Technical Aerospace Center to start developing wind energy. Brazil had an advance. No, Brazil didn't have an advancement in that part. So I think it is important to start having investment in the private sector in alliance with all these sectors, and we will overcome that challenge if we don't develop these technological innovations here inside of Brazil. We spoke about green hydrogen. Great. NDES and other banks will have that investment from the beginning. Brazil will be in the international competition with green hydrogen and other renewable energies that are still in phase of conception and test. For example, it has a great potential in what we call biotech energy, the thermic energy of the oceans. That's the difference between 1,000 meters and the surface, then in the Maranhão equatorial zone, all the northeast of Brazil. It's 20 degrees of difference over 1,000 meters with the surface. This is what creates a difference in temperature, evaporates the ammonium, generates electrical energy. This is the beginning, and that's the potential. That is huge energy, and it has an advantage over the wind and solar energy. It's not intermittent. So this could be or create green hydrogen. I'm only giving you small examples of where we should invest in technological innovation. We cannot wait for others to develop and we only buy the patent. I only wanted to talk about this. This is a great challenge that we have. And well, to finalize, I have worked a lot in the Amazon, and we are creating initiatives called Amazonia 4.0, which I was thinking about the name in English of this Powershoring word or diversity shoring. Brazil needs to become the first in social and environmental force for biodiversity. We have the biggest biodiversity in the world. Our products are only 0.3 GDP in Brazil. We need to explore this. This is a huge potential. What we spoke about, pharmaceutical, also the indigenous groups in the Amazon used over 2,000 products of biodiversity in thousands of years. So I think it's very important that Brazil creates technological innovations, and the private sector, please, private sector, lead this, become leaders, make alliances with the public sector. But yes, the private sector must lead and must assume that leadership with the technological innovations. Public sector has technicians, engineers, producers, yes, but who in fact should invest in the technological innovations should be the laboratories, should be the private sector. And if I finalize by congratulating for this initiative, I want to congratulate you all. This really shows that search of that public and private sector alliances in those directions, and we will also turn Brazil into a great force of biodiversity with technological innovation. And I have also repeated this in all of my presentations. We will be the first ones. Great. We will bring down those emissions that are creating the greenhouse effect. So I thank you all, the ministry, the BNDES, the Northeast Bank, the Confederation of the Industries, CNE, and the Latin America Development Bank and the Caribbean. Thank you for your participation, authorities, moderators, participants, and everyone who are here or online, and the Powershoring and Neoindustrialization Conference in Brazil, Perspective, Potential, Public and Private Policies. We invite you all to a brunch that will be served here to everyone. Good afternoon, CNI, and for the future of the industry.